ああ、見事なホライズンラッシュイベント in 外山地域だったね。クルーはもちろん勇気あるドライバーたちおめでとう。私もせっかくここに来たから雪の森の中をハイキングしてこようかな。とても綺麗なんだって。ああ、ちょっと聞いて。それともリゾートにとどまってほうじ茶ココアのおかわりを頼もうかな。イージーは何をするでしょうか。それを知りたいならこれからもホライズンウェーブを聞いてね。なくても驚きはしないわ。ドライバー、つまりみんなが走るべきよ。そのし、私はどうせここでホライズンウェーブの音楽を流さなきゃいけないんだから。でもね、いいでしょ。
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。ルートを再計算します。200メートル先、左方向です。安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
他们之前的日本语音我比较喜欢，
200m 先左方向です。
他这个好冷静啊。
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。200m 先左方向です。
그러면 그 에나더 아마
对，
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
日语播报是挺好听的。
このステーションを聞いてくれてあり
200m 先右方向です。
手はどうだった？
右方向です。
ロケーションが素晴らしかったね。次のラッシュイベントの対
400m 先左方向です。
見るのが楽しみだね。こんな風にフェスティバルで新しくて革新的な出来事が起こったことは過去にもある。
左方向です。
それは何だと思う？それはホライズンウェーブの誕生。
400m先左方向です。左方向です。左方向です。400m先左方向です。左方向です。
レトロな映画とゲームのサウンドトラックを送るホライズンウェーブ。レトロゲームといえばボーナスステージよね。次はスキルソング。スキルチェーン2倍よ。
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。ルートを再計算します。
没事。
目的地に到着しました。場所で U ターンしてください。安全な場所で U ターンしてください。100m先左方向です。目的地に到着しました。
ジーモスがお送りしてるよ。今のはスキルソング、楽しんでもらえたかな。次の曲はチェーン2倍にはならないけどすごく気に入ってるんだ。みんなも好きだと思うよ。聞いて。
場所で U ターンしてください。左方向です。左方向です。200メートル先、右方向です。右方向です。100メートル先、右方向です。あと100メートルで目的地に到着します。目的地に到着しました。
ホライズンクロスカントリーフィナーレが始まります。参加資格を持つドライバーは今すぐスタートラインに向かってください。私はこれを楽しみにしてたの。ただしその理由は競争じゃない。もちろんすごいレースになるだろうけどね。クロスカントリーフィナーレを追いかけていれば1日で日本中のさまざまな地域を体験できるの。今後もホライズンウェーブで最新情報に注目していてね。バスの準備はできた？よし、出発。 ノートパソコンを手に取りホライゾンウェーブで旅に出ましょう。長谷川メイの土地で工事が始まったそうね。きっと最高の練習コースになるでしょうし、日本では空き家の修復がただの改築じゃなくて地域貢献になるっていうのも素敵なことだわ。ねえメイ、ご近所にレトロフューチャーなウェーブビートが好きな人や猫ちゃんの写真を見たがってる人はいない？いたら教えてね。
タイラーが最高のナンバーを届ける。ホライゾンベースアリーナだ。 心拍数をぶち上げるぜ。
好远。
な場所で U ターンしてください。左手前です。あと400メートルで目的地に到着します。目的地に到着しました。
全開、エナジー全開。それがホライズンベースアリーナ。
メートル先左方向です。左方向です。到着しました。400メートル先右方向です。方向です。
ミュージックターボチャージャー、それがホライゾンベースアリーナだ。
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。方向です。安全な場所で U ターンしてください。ルートを再計算します。200メートル先、斜め右手前方向です。斜め右手前方向です。目的地に到着しました。
修掉了没？哦，它修掉了，太好了，终于没有这个 bug。但5代那个 bug 是修不掉啊。就是那个3调教啊，以前那个3调教你还要下载一次再删掉，现在你只要在我的调教那边删掉，就不会把分享的那个是。然后我想说，如果他到6代这个 bug 还没修，真的是。终于有修一些东西。
400メートル先、左方向です。
ベースアリーナか。
左方向です。100メートル先、左方向です。ルートを再計算します。400メートル先、左方向です。右方向です。右方向です。到着しました。100メートル先、斜め左手前方向です。斜め左手前です。左方向です。左方向です。目的地に到着しました。200メートル先、右方向です。 向です。
俺がこの15年間言いたくてたまらなかったセリフを聞きたいか。このベースアリーナの次の曲はホライゾンジャパンのスキルソングだ。いやー、今のは気持ちよかったな。
但是我的那个粉丝瑞亚的主播听起来好猥亵。决策。主播，请问你现在觉得哪台最好甩？都好甩。我这回答会不会太渣？S15是一个目前我开下来觉得很好的选择。然后接下来就是 HKS 的 A90 Super， 这两台体质非常好。那其他的车基本上都能甩，都能甩啦，只要你的调教没什么问题。甩起来不是太大的问题。 那至于说能不能甩起来追走很好看，那是另外一个回事了。怎么称呼啊？哎，你像 R 叉7也是一个好选择，但问题在于说 R 叉7它 LB 的后轮胎宽有305，原厂305降不下去，导致说它有点太重。还好。怎么称呼你比较好？因为我只知道看到你的英文 ID 而已。好，我备注一下。嗨，欢迎来。
200メートル先、右方向です。右方向です。
看我甩尾超猛，看23点，感谢你，非常感谢。就甩尾是一个应该所有人都学得起来的一个技术，它没有，我觉得它门槛没有到很高，只要你愿意学。但是当然每个人学习的时间长短还是不太一样。先找回去。现在在解那个地图探索，比较无聊一点，因为主要有一些路还是泥地路啦，有一些泥地路你用甩尾车进去就是颠颠簸簸的。我现在的小伙伴们全部都消失了，就是所以你暂时你也看不到那个追踪画面。小伙伴们可能在做其他事情。调教师我有研究，是研究蛮多的啦。问题是现在也是一个新的 system。前2天很热闹哦，我跟你讲，前2天那个还算冷清的。我的群组热闹的时候是可以到7、8个人，但是他们算了，我没有很想讲，说起来就难过，眼泪掉出来。总之，我的小伙伴们目前是不在。对，当然有几个我知道啊，对。有一些小伙伴是19号才玩得到，他们不是买顶级版的，2个吧，有2个不是买顶级版的，然后有一些是因为事情暂时没办法马上买，很可惜啊，因为通常是发售的第1、2天，你那个人越多，看的人也会越多，对。可惜啊， 但那个脑袋跟手是长在别人身上嘛，我也没办法去控制他们。我等一下，我游戏第一次闪退，各位，我的游戏第一次闪退，第一次。哇！我才原本想要夸奖他都没有闪退过然后他就闪退了，超屌！我游戏闪退了，这探图探到一半，游戏闪退，砰！太好笑了。让我更新一下，真是。你说差速器问题，差速器问题，我觉得是这一代的特性，就是他们故意这么做，让那个差速器没那么的万能。离合器啦，离合器，我在说什么？离合器，这离合器不好弹。对，那个离合器很怪啊，也不是很怪啊。其实正常来讲，现实生活的车确实是这样，没错，它不能乱弹。那个高速公路我其实没有完整的跑一圈高速公路过，还没有，还在走乡间小路。
じゃあずっと続いてたあの音はあなただったの。上はいいところだったでしょ。安全な場所で U ターン。
可能前2天我都是听中文语音，所以我现在听日语语音反而有点不习惯。哦，上不了。
目的地に到着しました。
然后是直接从这边飞。往左边一点点。这个是官方的阴谋，一定会让你卡在这边。会出戏吗？我其实觉得还好，其实我能感觉到中文的配音员蛮投入的。我现在反正是日语听不太习惯。可是他们5代的日语，我觉得他们5代找的日语声优比较符合我胃口。
スキーリゾートでチルしてた時のことだ。そこでヘレナ・マーストンにばったり会って彼女にせかされてホライズンラッシュイベントを見に行ったんだ。リサーショ君、あれは生で見るべきだぜ。
现在这个游戏对我来讲，缺点永远只有一个，宽体。时不时拿出来编一下，表达我的不满。新しいリストバンドも手に入れたらしいな。まあスコッティ・タイラーはジャンプしてエアタイムを競い合うようにはできてないんだ。もちろんラジオでオンエアするのは得意だけどな。 而且我昨天才看一个影片，我觉得他说的超对的。 你真的玩过这款游戏的话，你在那边说这个路很宽，你应该是死忠黑粉或者是云玩家才会这么讲。其实你现在玩到现在，你恨不得那个路宽一点。特别是如果你是甩尾玩家的话，那甩尾玩家那个现在路很窄，对技术更要求。我虽然是没问题，但是一堆人应该会非常痛苦。这里已经不是墨西哥了，看板。现在目前就是解完传奇手环嘛，但是后面的那个狗力啦、虎形啊，我都有点现在暂时不想去面对。听说那个跑一圈20几分钟，是不是？你们有看其他台主跑过了吗？我是无法去想，不想面对，很痛苦啊。那我现在也有一些朋友，现在他在那个在跑图，他又超过我了，我的数量要超过我。嘿。
信じられないホライズンラッシュイベントの後、唯一無二のベースアリーナに戻ってきたぜ。最後のランのドライバーを。
我昨天好像接近3点还2点半下播吧，我就跑去看小汤跑。他那边比较热闹一点，慢慢享受了，看着他。我之所以会想要赶快把东西破一破，是因为我想要赶快把能拿的东西赶快拿一拿，然后专心潜心的玩甩尾。这个5000的到底怎么拿？我其实有来过，但是不是很懂。这里有一个摊板。对啊，我这边只会直线往下呢。可可目前玩到现在，觉得这款游戏如何？因为你知道我是一个比较不挑的人，或者是说觉得舞台太烂了，所以我不怎么挑。就再怎样，它绝对都比5代好，所以我没什么抱怨。但也许有其他玩家有其他视角也说不定。还是有其他观众也想分享一下你对这一代的感想。昨天是有看到小汤那边好像有一些专门黑粉吧，说什么小汤是因为收微软的钱、Xbox 的钱，所以才说好话。说什么那个不够日本啊，不懂日本。对啊，然后我就觉得，因为小汤那边真的也是有一些奇奇怪怪的观众。就目前严格来说，你要我去评这款游戏10分，大概8分。那你加上一些情感分数，我愿意给他10分，有9分。我愿意给他有9分。那客观来讲，其实我觉得8分而已，因为它其实还是有很多问题。比如说我在玩神手的 AI 的时候，那个 AI 真的还是太高了，就不是正常手段。那个会让我心里扣，就对某些人来讲， 它那个其实是蛮严重的扣分。然后宽体的部分也是被我扣1分，有点少。这个其实宽体这个，我虽然都讲宽体，但其实它其实是一个包含其他改装选项，比如说他们的 Forza Horizon 其实也是在我的扣分项里面，它只是被我算进宽体里面一起扣。因为 Forza Horizon 他们这次改版就是只是改了一个样式，而且你只有一个可以选。如果你们有看过 Gran Turismo 的那个改装选项，你就懂我在讲啥了。他们真的可以再做更好，对啊，他们是真的可以再做更好。而且我相信你把 Forza Horizon 做好一点点，那个成本比你去堆一堆改装厂的授权还要来得简单。但是可惜的就是他们没有做。就8分，8分是讲给比较懂这个游戏的人。对外没玩过这个游戏的人，我会说这个游戏是9分。对，会说9分就是替他宣传的这样。8分就是我们玩家之间真正心目中的分数，它只有8分嘛，对我来说。墨西哥对我来讲就只有6分不到，对。比较输一点想法，可能是创新度不够，换个风景跑。换个风景跑，光是能够换风景这件事情就很好。其实对我来讲，他们其实应该对不起墨西哥人，他们把墨西哥做得太没有吸引力了，导致我们这几年都在喷墨西哥。对。那墨西哥真无聊，那个地图。你们有谁有玩过5代吗？觉得5代有趣的可以举个手。你看小汤之前攻3 5代的时候也是有苦难言，不敢讲，还是说那个游戏很有趣。聪明人都知道那个5代真的是有够 boring。Fucking boring。5代是地图比较空，5代问题可多了，它不是地图比较空这么简单。但现在都已经玩到6代了，我觉得就没有必要在5代那边再踩一脚，对啊，我就不特别再踩说5代到底不好在哪里。网络上很多批评啊，其实不太需要我特别讲。问题点也就明显的那几个嘛。道路设计不良，然后赛道的，就是他们不是都会有一些赛道吗？提供一些官方的赛道，哇，真的也是无聊。对啊，就不特别鞭尸了。你拿一个6代这么高的高度，然后去编5代，我觉得不公平。现在那个5代还没止透，你知道吗？那个5月19还没有来，5月19过后5代就死透了，就凉。 当然我感觉就会有一些 YouTuber 会这样子啊。为什么我还继续玩五代？五代的哪一些迷人之处啊？感觉就会有人做这种影片，蹭一些反向流量。我是不是应该要来做一支？干不要了，做这种影片会被当智障。就是不要再说服自己五代有多好了，真的太痛苦了。那个游戏就是就是我们对你知道我有一个朋友，他那个五代的时速破10000小时，他是最有资格喷五代的人。我猜我只有3000多小时，我不够资格去喷。真的啦，我们这种很老的 Forza Horizon 的玩家，忍五代太久了，那个五代好痛苦哎。那他对6代评价目前偏正面的，也是蛮正面的。他对5代的评价其实跟我一样，真低无聊。不然改天我做一支影片，融合我朋友们的想法啊，他们的时速也都是几千小时在起跳，你就知道我们还继续玩5代玩那么久，你要这3000小时，你去平均这每一天我们到底玩多久？其实我们是真的热爱 Forza Horizon 这个 IP 的。真的喜欢，但是他们5代端出来的时候，就是为了我们吃一大补的。Dreammaster 哪时候直播啊？是不是他们已经在直播了？我们再看一下 Dreammaster。哦，还有12分钟，等一下就前往欧洲。我应该还是一边看图一边看啊，就是我一边看 Dreammasters， 然后一边跟大家闲聊。因为期待拉比较高。没有我们就是因为太喜欢了，我们玩过5代，我们把期望拉得很低我们对6代的期望其实很低已经我先说 Forza Horizon 6无疑是这个世代最好的赛车游戏，没有之一，没有之一。没有之一，它就是当代的最好的赛车游戏。但是对于我们这些老玩家，我们知道它其实有更多东西可以做好。因为这些意见回馈是积累已久，可能从3、4代就一直在骂，也不是在骂，一直在回馈给官方说要改某些东西。对，我们真的尽心尽力了。这礼物箱是什么？该不会是那个吧？礼物箱掉落，掉什么车？保时捷的那个吗？开根吗？好笑。你们知道那个Taycan 的那个梗吗？保时捷Taycan的梗，就是5代那个你送礼物啊，就是你别人会乱送他不要的车，然后那时候他们就送了一大堆Taycan，然后导致说，我们去拆礼物了哦，然后就一大堆Taycan，好笑。 哎，这是交流道，妈妈嘞！我要去这里才对。哎，他们怎么都逆性啊？看你饭店没有饮用水，太夸张了吧？那好歹那个饭店的冰箱要有几杯矿泉水，你们还要去买？这饭店坑人吧，凯文。要我就退房了，要我就退房了。房间还没有冰箱，天哪！那你们如果买了一些冰的要回家喝，不就没地方冰？香港酒店的新规，一次性用品都许啊？好吧。
いつでもベースを鳴らし続けるぜ。ここホライズンベースアリーナでな。
现在因为已经探了600多条路了，所以现在反而要找那个没有探过的路，有点找不太到，会有一点疑惑，到底是哪边没有解锁。艾瑞斯。瑞斯，这一次你跟我跟凯文的天地了，没有人会来，好孤单哦。啊？
为什么没有人会来？
我不知道啊，你问那些不来语音的啊。我一个一个去请才会来，好扯。那不行。
你还没回答我啊？
我回答你什么？
他是谁？
那是谁？你去问小娜娜。
所以是他。
不是啊。那时候我问他说你谁？他说他密我说他是小娜娜、Kimiya Lee、MS Zuki 的朋友。我就想说干你谁？我就脑袋讲哦你是 Endolis 的 Endolis 的。然后他说对。反正就是他们的一个朋友啦，叫做 Endoles。
叫我双小。
你去跟他讲啊，为什么要问我？你就问说干你加他小啦。
那你就有他好友啊，我当然问你啊。
那我也是昨天才加的啊。
你说江家好是谁？
对啊，江家好是贼啦。
靠腰。为什么你们都有加啊？我怎么不认识？
没有冰箱这个确实。通常这边的饭店没有冰箱，早就被客诉了。这个是5星级酒店，真假？
那 MS 正在说话。
MS 正在说话，哎、
在其他群。
在其他群哪个群？
该不是 Forza 台湾？哦，对。
啊？
他在 Forza 台湾。
他在 Forza 台湾，他说啥？他去喷人是不是？
他不是里面的管理员吗
？Forza 台湾哪个群组啊？
更之前的那一个。
在更之前，我不知道啊，哪个群组？我没去过呢。
你没去过？
没有啊。
公开的啊。
公开了哪里？
你没去过？
没有啊。
这我不知道几百年前就加进去。
那个地震通知是谁？
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 2 of Drift Masters 2026.
这是哪里啊？
And that's right, we are here, Madrid, in Spain, at the Circuito de
我也不知道我
Girona
怎么
for
加的。
yet another intense round of competition. My name's
哦，
Ian
是
Watson,
蛙人
and
教
I'm
的
joined
群
by
是
my
吗
very good friend Jacob Gittins. Jacob, welcome back to Spain. Welcome back to the heat. Welcome back to more chaos.
哎，我想说为什么会有 Jacob？ 哦 ，James 在播了，吓死我了。
We've seen one engine let go, another one on its last legs, drive shafts everywhere. It's been a crazy practice session.
It certainly has been a crazy practice session. Let's take a look at the calendar so far this year. We kicked things off in Rome.
第二站是在西班牙。
We're right here in Madrid for this weekend in Spain, and it's off to Kildare, the home of
等一下，
Irish
我
drifting.
始终
Before
解
we
决
head
一
to a
下。
brand new track in Finland, in Helsinki. Then it's Riga, baby. It's Latvia. Before we head to the Iron City in
把这个放
Wrocław,
哪里啊？
Germany, and then all roads lead to the final at Poland in Warsaw at the Pege in Aradolfo. But let's take a look back to how Conor Shanahan did it in Rome, because Jacob, it was a movie.
Yeah, it really was, and it was as much a battle of skill and wit as it was about strategy. Conor Shanahan taking up Piotr, I mean, in handy fashion. This was a crazy battle, but ultimately the Irishman taking it home, and then it became that all-Irish final.
第一次开台播比赛，公布是香港的夜景，看起来不错。
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think we're going to see a lot of that today here as well in this weekend, here in Spain. Let's take a look at the driver standings. You can see Conor Shanahan top of the pot, 107 points in the bag, but chasing him down is James Dean, the Polishman.
那我要把电台关掉，不然那个会太早。啊，所以你在看那个24小时的利曼哦。
国里。 利曼是几月？哎，没有，利曼是几月？我有点忘了。
我不知道啊，需要你帮我科普。
So much, guys. It's an absolute pleasure to be back here at round 2 of the Drift Masters Championship, and it is so beautiful out here. It's got me feeling like it's a little holiday, but it's no holiday for the drivers out there.
我刚有一个观众聊一聊就不见了，我突然有点伤心，悲从中来。
利曼是6月。
on the lights, and then Jack also found the edges of the track, which meant that Oliver took it all the way. Oliver ran in first position, Ite set out in second, and Kevin Musa in third. The question is, can he do it again? Is this going to be the Estonian weekend once more? But I know that there's a lot of hungry drivers out there that are going to want to take the top spot. So let's see if he can get it done. Boys, what do you think?
Well, Becky, I'll tell you one thing that I think. It's going to be a hot and heavy weekend where the podium is unpredictable because the action on track will certainly be unpredictable. This is the weekend schedule. We're qualifying right here, right now. For tomorrow, we move exclusively to Red Bull TV for Top 32 and our Top 16, which kicks off at 10 to 4 tomorrow afternoon, local time, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're watching that around the world, make sure that you get those timings right. Let's have a look, though, at the track these guys have got to face. It was a brand new track in 2025, but they've gathered that data, and this year they've come back a little bit better. Jacob, they know what to do with this track, still throwing up a few upsets so far this year.
Yeah, it's been wild, and we've moved some zones around a little bit to accommodate for
it.
But ultimately, what you need to know is get to the edge of the track. You can use a little bit of the rumble strip. Said we're going to dock you 1 point if you touch the rumble strip. So we've already seen.
啊，你现在那个财富万贯的。
There's a lot of zones. There's a lot of movement through the
看我现在超有钱，
看多有钱！
现在是你的3倍，
我的3倍，太屌了吧！
这里叫起来。
今年不是5倍吗？我就再跑回去挂。看现在这些小孩子还知道这个。今年不是5倍吗？
Very excited to see what he's going to do, and then we get back into our regularly scheduled program.
We certainly do.
場所で U ターンしてください。400メートル先、左方向です。
因为我经过了一个竹林。
目的地に到着しました。右方向です。
可是前面基本上都是外卡选手，所以其实也不太用看，因为外卡选手强的没几个，看到睡着。
到着しました。
你只是马桶盖。对。哥，你就换个发型。可是我觉得台湾这边的观众应该是比较懂看 GMS 的意思，我们可是少数的怪咖。哎，好像也起来这位。这棵树怎么长成这样？
looked like qualifying laps. It looked really, really good, but it's very different when you get up to the line. When you know you're standing there, Marston's looking at you, the lights are there, the fans are yelling. You can see just how many of them are packed in all across the lawn, all to the grandstands. As you said, it is slammed in here. It's crazy.
It certainly has this weekend been highly anticipated by a lot of Spanish fans. We came here in 2025 debut this track, Wall Street Masters to Spain, and good reception was well taken on, and the anticipation of coming back was heated this weekend. Absolutely sold out so far here on a blistering hot Saturday afternoon, and a very nice run there. But I'm going to say he will want to improve on that because he was looking way better in practice, as you said.
Yeah, 100%. And I think a couple points to get to is they're allowed to just get up on the edge of the rumble strip. They don't go too far out. If they're too far out, it's 96 flying on that section. So you can lose a lot of points really quick.
400 メートル先、右方向です。
A lot of the drivers opting to
右方向です。
hit one point to make sure that they get better flow through the track. So this is going to go 64 drops on the pole.
第14分。像这个。瑞士拿到金手环没？还没，那你要加油！看我那照干呢？
看到了。
哦。要关进去没？
400メートル先、左方向です。左方向です。安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
我先关麦。
好，可以。
Where you see that undulation, that change in direction, the change in camber. A lot of drivers saying there's so much decompression in that side really hard to set the front of the car up to deal with all of it. So you kind of have to find a middle ground. The front suspension, coat the rocks, and pray you can put a run together.
400メートル先、左方向です。
啊，怎么也是64分？那这个两个是复制贴上，是不是？
目的地に到着しました。
哇 ，AMG 在甩尾 ，AMG GT 呢，腰身哦，那跟那个张胜军哥一样有钱，那也是甩得不错呢。 有钱人，有钱，拿 AMG GT 在甩，不急。
这是啥小？
啊？
怎么拿这一台啊？
人家爽啊，有钱啊。
而且比张胜军那个还贵吧？
确实，
贵很多很多。
因为我的胜军哥有钱。哎，去年没看到哎，这蛮新奇的。
这还能甩？我操！
对啊，而且那感觉他没切宽体耶。对吧？他没切吧？感觉他是直接拿去甩，改一改就爽。
他直接破他的叶子板而已。
对呀。77分，波兰的
观众只有我一个，好的。 上一站有吗？
上一站没有哎、只有这个分站有看到这么怪的，拿着那个 MG GT。哦，出爱的呢？耶，6600000。
Decided to pull the engine before qualifying. I said, look, the safest way for us, to make this happen is to pull the engine, swap it out, get themselves back out the circuit. Being told that it's actually engine failure. So it's engine failure, unknown what that could have been. They're just saying the engine failed. We don't know what's wrong. We're not going to investigate it. We're just going to swap it. So yeah, it's been a couple of hours.
目的地に到着しました。
Undergoing some work. And these two guys have got a while to wait. Drivers yet to come before they're due to the line. But you can see every single member of the Shanahan crew now they're square. So they're still going to have to run it up, run it through the make sure it's cool, get the temperature up.
车祸了，我操！
No, it's not a quick thing at all. So.
And then you're asking it, you're demanding that engine that's brand new out of the box to go and do a full run of this circuit at full throttle in fourth gear at 1,000.
OK， 我现在其实不知道我的地图到底是哪边没有截到，我觉得都跑啊。
Not my preferred way.
跑这里。
I'm not a tuner.
No,
not my
engine builder.
Nope.
I've not got to do the warranty on it either. Yeah, I'm not covering the warranty bill on that. So, well, it's scrambled down there. The wings are still hitting. So he's still got a smile on his face down there.
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。目的地に到着しました。
We must say thank you. Yes. I was running late. You were perfectly on time as always. I was running late, and Jacob said, "I know we'll get a nice cup of English Irish tea."
好像该去跑高速公路，因为我的高速公路。
And we go back down there on the paddock, and we could see warming up tyres on the back of the car. Ole Peter Fasten. Now you've been putting pressure on this guy because you told me he's got the potential to win this event.
Yeah, I really think so. I've had the opportunity to see him drive quite a few times now, and honestly, anybody out of Norway, you immediately have to go, okay, what are they going to do, right? And with Toro Nakavia no longer in the series this year, taking a break to be a family man.
Yep.
I think Ole Peter Vatten is stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, stepping up to the mark, and we do wish Toro Nakavia all the best as he's expecting his first born child and took a break away.
OK， 一个思路。
Absolutely full tilt into outside zone 4. Another clean up down there on the circuit. As you can see, all of that gravel. The track team here doing their best to try and shield that gravel from the cars.
He's all right in there.
Yeah, it's just maybe a little bit of a hold on and take a breath moment. Yeah. So squeaky. Squeaky. You be sure he's meeting his aid and always up and down.
I would have 100%.
At full screen.
Yes. Small child screen.
He's out of the car, he's safe. That was scary. He goes to a roll. We haven't seen the drivers before. Obviously, we don't see his drivers keep all four wheels on the tarmac. It will be down there.
Yeah, you start to wonder how much damage is done with something like that. That's a lot of force on the suspension. They're not punches. They're built to go sideways. Go sideways to gravel. So we're not initiation too bad, but as he was going through the center zone, the cars just kind of got out on that rubber strip. Wow, that DP made both tires so close. It's a great way to inspect the undercarriage, but yeah. See, out there he knew it wasn't really good. Trying to get the take out of it.
You said it, George. He said, if you get onto the blue part of the track, it's super slippery. Try, if you are going on there, try and do everything you can. Judge said, if you keep the car and keep the ball before the blue bit of the track, it's
It's out right about here.
I feel wild, but watching the outshifts to try and get the car.
Oh, he braced himself too. Whoa! That's where the camera shot the camera was right. Maybe the camera wants to. Camera closed its eyes.
So our judges this weekend, as always, for the whole season.
喂，
喂，
哦，我刚还在寻思为什么我耳机没有收不到我的声音，把它静音了。我操，这得拍照。到后视了。别坑我。
Yeah, the announcer's curse is a real thing. It has to be. Yeah, we were chatting
我刚刚拍的那张照片，那个天不是亮的吗？对吧？后面我看了一下，它不是因为太阳还没落，是因为对面那个港口的那种发光的广告牌把天照亮了。
哦，光害城市。
对，全是光污染。
我决定让 AI 那个 AI 自动驾驶帮我跑。
Hot and heavy, I can feel a lot of anticipation in the air, a lot of nerves. A lot of drivers saying they're a little nervous for round two. You know, they know the track, but they're still nervous.
Well, if you take a look, our top three right now are all champions. Yeah, which is what a crazy way to start off that season. So,
晚餐我有叫一堆豆干什么的，就是刚好留在现在吃。
原来天是可以被广告牌照亮的。
霓虹灯的城市。
对。有可能。对。我是跟你说话。我是在感叹这个景色，这个你不懂啊。对是。好像还真走对了。但是这个栏杆这应该是你海队最近的点。对。
老师，你现在在跟路人讲话吗？
我在跟我妈讲话。这本来只是出门买水，结果变成了去海边看。哇塞！别走，哎！我真是后悔我近视啊！你看，全是灯，而且风好大，真的，风真的好大。哦，我来了！不要偷拍。
story evolving before we literally went live. It was dropped onto our Instagram that Laurie Heinen actually has piston damage.
Yeah.
So the valve out of one of his pistons is damaged. He said he's going to have to play here now to qualify, try and get qualifying run before he's going to get into the show. Then tonight, that team are going to be pulling the engine out, swapping it for their spare, ready for tomorrow morning for practice before.
必须称赞6代收那个列车行驶过的声音，还蛮用心的。
Yeah, that's not, I mean, not shocking, but it's the point we're at. And I think we talked a little bit about this, that they have got, between these last 2 rounds, they've got
还有新干线过去的时候，确实有新干线飞过去的感觉，
that as it means like these
跟我听到的差不多。
engines are built to last a year, right? Let's be honest here. Most of these engines are built to last without a year at top tilt. Well, a lot of these drivers have a lot of these drivers have put in between last event and this event 35, 40 laps with the amount of practice, which for some drivers that's an entire year of driving. Yeah. So that if you're Larry's crew chief and you're having to update this car, what would you be doing? What would you be changing on this car to get it around for a lap? Now. Yeah. Because this is the thing, is like you don't know either what it's going to be like.
I don't think there's a lot you can change. Yeah. To be brutally honest with you, unless you run that cylinder, you know, just ran nothing in it. All the injector, all the flow, and this is the biggest thing. But then you can't really run like that anyway. So back from the line to your returning driver, Drift Masters from Ukraine, it is Timo Lipski. Driving a car that we all know very well, but now has delivery. This, the former car from. I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Oh man,
You tell me.
the surgeon.
Oh, right. Yes. I forgot this is Pavel Korpolinski's old car.
I thought you knew this.
No, I didn't know this. I knew he sold the new one. I thought he just kept the old one.
No, he sold it to Timo Lipski for 2026. Timo Lipski saying, what a machine.
Yeah.
Pushing it to the limit. They was told the car would be more than capable. Timo Lipski's team saying the car is absolutely phenomenal. Here we go, first qualifying run of 2026 as he fires it in, a little wobble on the steering wheel, keeps a hold of it. Nice flick down to outside zone 4 on the floor. Nice, and now he's going to go wide. Can he keep a hold of it? Just clips the cone over. Timo Lipski. Oh,
Whoa.
big fire. I think that's an engine gone.
No.
I think we just lost an engine there for Timo Lipski. That flame erupted from mid-car. Yeah, look at that smoke from the bonnet.
This is the that's still going.
That's still on fire. Timo Lipski, it's on fire. Look at the headlight. There's still flames underneath the bonnet of the car. We need to get Timo out of that car. And away he is. Out of the car and safely away.
Here we go.
He sat here earlier on and he said, I think this is going to be a nice plain sailing event, no problems. He's very careful. He goes up on the levels. That's seriously fine. There we go. Got this time in there on the fire extinguisher. Look at the bare air. Look at that. She doesn't want to open that back. That's right. Well, we'll say, Jamie, this is going to be a very very uneventful round of Drift Masters. I said, everyone's looking so dull. Practice was going so well. We had quite a bit of seat time yesterday for these drivers yesterday afternoon. And they've had a lot of practice this morning. Everyone was dialed in. Every single driver was looking on form, in the zone. I said to Jacob, this is going to be one of those events where we're just going to get really good scores.
这个赛道真有问题啊，
So for the record, short fires.
很容易，很多车子跑不出。
That's a tough go. That's a tough go.
去年我在看西班牙那一站的时候，我就觉得这个赛道还蛮危险的。
Now you can see smoke already from the front of the car.
Oh, you can too, you're right.
You can see it from there, it's already losing oil. Then watch as it comes back on circuit, watch the flame pull front and side of the car, uses all power. That's complete factor, right? Yeah. I'm going to say, if there is an oil down, it will be from quite far back. Just the nuggets in there drop in. I'm going to say we won't see Timo Lipski back out for a second qualifying run, because I don't know if it's a spare engine at all. Yeah, look.
Oh, yeah.
Flames and the oil, everything. That's a lot
That's
of
a lot
oil
of fluid. That's a real bad case of
that
having
camera
inside.
angle there, you could see the oil coming out.
Real bad case of having the inside part coming
to Becky. She's down there with Connor Shanahan. Becky, how are the Shanahans getting on?
Guys, it's all systems go down here in the paddock. I've managed to grab Connor for just a second because there is a flurry of activity happening behind us. Connor, practice was looking great, feeling confident coming into this round, and then can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, not a good into practice for sure. Practice was okay. Definitely struggled on this track. Really don't like this track, to be honest. Yeah, I was getting the grips of it. We were making some car setup changes, and then it was on to plan. And then started one of the last runs of the first section. I was chasing Jack, and we lost an alternator belt. Yeah, the car started to not charge, and led to some big problems. Bigger problems than we expected. And unfortunately, yeah, we lost the motor. So yeah, we don't really have the full diagnosis right now, but for sure that was a huge part of it. This is the first time we've ever had a failure like this with these engines. So, but I got great people around me. Huge thanks to Jeroen, DBM, and Race Winning Brands. Some guys, do a lot for our program. We have had a lot of success with them. They were straight on the case. Jeroen rebuilt a whole spare motor, new head, new block, and big ask for the team. The team now is working very hard to try and make it for the first qualifying run. We didn't have a lot of time, so it'll be pretty impressive if we can get out there for the first one.
I'm going to dig into the fact that you don't like this track. Tell me why you don't like this track, because there's always one on the calendar and one guy who thinks, you know what is it about?
Yeah, it's not about the place. I love Spain. I love the fans here, super passionate, and it's a great location. But drifting, when it comes to the technical side, this track it's just more of a drag race off the starting line. There's no real decel all the way to hours on 2, which is cool. That brings enough element. You have a really fast car here. But when you're battling and people are under steering through the first turn and stuff, it starts to get a little bit messy. And now we're all fighting this grip situation. I'm one of the culprits too. We all want a fast car, right? But when it comes to an element where the car almost comes up for everyone. So I think this track really shows that. I wouldn't say I got the setup 100% for qualifying, so go on for super happy to try and run qualifying. So hopefully we just take a lot of grip out of the car, fill all the boxes, put a nice speed run together, and tomorrow we can worry about the grand race.
Let's look at what happened last year. I mean, obviously we had Oliver Randu in first place, Izzy Sano in second, and so what do you think it takes to win in this track? Because it was a very different podium last year.
Yeah, I think it comes back to what I said. Of course you need to drive to be good enough to win the event. That's the same as any race. But team car setup comes into that big play here. When you start to get down to the nitty-gritty, it's really hard to chase somebody who's still doing a relatively okay lead run, but they're sacrificing some of the line for speed. And I think if you're willing to take that risk and be in kind of driving in a comfortable situation, for sure it will give you the reward that you want to go win the race. So yeah, it was a tough race for me last year. Actually, it was a good battle with Jack on the top 8 here last year. Could have went, it was close battle. It was not really decided one way, and I think that's kind of a positive note for me last year. We come back this year, and I know it's just something I didn't like everything. We still top of the box, so I've got to keep saying that for now.
I feel like that's all up to you. All right, Connor, well, we're hoping you get your car back together. If we don't see you in the first qualifying run, we'll see you in the second. Guys?
Always get that information. Yeah, so Connor Shanahan basically, if he says he doesn't like the track, he'll win it. Yeah, that's what I took away. And there we go, oil going into that brand new engine down there on Connor Shanahan's car. Are you watching his style?
Yeah, I'm learning the technique.
Oh, he missed a bit there. The judges are so focused on the oil core. It's unbelievable. Scores out of 10. David Class 5. Oh,
What was the angle score? Angle score?
Angle score.
2? What about style? No style.
No style.
It was a little bit fluid.
We're running front here, ladies and gentlemen. If you couldn't tell, we had a few breaks on the track at the moment. Unfortunately, we see Ole put that car on 2 wheels. DB did 2 rear tyres. We had to get him recovered off circuit, and then we moved it along. Timo Lipski unfortunately lost the engine on outside zone 4. You can see that car being recovered now. We have a huge track clear up going on. Incredible track team here.
再計算します。400メートル先、左方向です。
Timo Lipski gets a round of applause from Town Parana circuit. Look at this, 2 brand new grandstands as well for 2026. Sold out inside the Joker Grounds. We tried to get tickets, they said no.
200メートル先、左方向です。左方向です。200メートル先、左方向です。左方向です。
you've
I've upgraded my blood level, so it's like it's thinner now. It's like thinner thinking.
okay. So there we go. So that car moved off track. That will be the replay. Continue to lift you up on the shoe, but don't believe that team has a spare engine for that car.
I mean, even if they do, they've got an hour to do a full swap out on it. It's out there instead of the button.
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
There's the control arms.
Yeah, team going to be scrambling now. And I mean, I'm going to be really honest. I'm going to say all of this is played into the hands of Conchana.
Yes, that's actually a solid point. I mean, they're putting oil in now, but it means the more time that they have to test it, do everything else. I mean, he might take it out on the motorway to make sure it's ready to go.
100メートル先、左方向です。
Yeah, the gentleman at the guard post. I like that. But it does give them a lot of time to control.
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
That's the one upside for Kuchibati, same thing. And they've got more over this. So,
Yeah, he'll get to go back over that footage. This is our Peter on that. Got it wrong. Left off the wheel and goes on that three-part circuit. Yeah, three wheels, which you see, I'll take a look back. To be fair,
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
this weekend, we met last year, that exact place on circuit, where we see that huge impact between the NSEG and James Dean. This is it, a replay of it. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, this year it was, you know, the drivers asking for the wall to be removed. We removed that wall, and obviously that's why we have those tarpaulins, that branding down there on the circuit to cover up some of the gravel there to stop that.
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
Anybody else watching, but unfortunately now that kind of opened a new door that we didn't really know existed, and that was that random is on that edge. So yeah, on year one.
It's the runoff now is kind of the issue. And to be honest, I'll take that gravel runoff over the walls pretty much any day of the week. As you can see, they're really working that. That's crazy. Yeah, I think it's the better option. Maybe with a different wall system, it could have been a little bit better, like a permanent concrete wall without edges. Maybe
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
this is the best solution.
So here's the very road you can see there. To me, Jacob Wildbeck, because we kind of shout it needs 10 litres of engine oil.
Yeah, we're needing it to full dry sump system. Full dry a lot of fluids, so
目的地に到着しました。
last, but still, it's still, you know, more
Still
than
a
a
lot
lot
of
on
oil.
the track. Yeah.
So we're still waiting for our circuit to be cleared up before we move it along to Alan Hines, returning back to Drift Masters for 2026. Piloting a Nissan Silvia S15 this year, built by James Dean and the crew, 2JZ, 900 horsepower. He'll be up next. Unfortunately for him, really, he's a bit of a guinea pig, a bit of a test guinea pig there out on circuit for the first run, and it is on the qualifying line.
yes, yeah, and this is you have to remember
場
too.
所で U ターンしてください。
Released and got caught up. Sorry, yes, I apologize.
He's from Ireland.
He's from Ireland.
Couldn't
Well,
make
didn't
it
make
to
it to Ireland either.
No, yeah, you're right. Technically, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not the most correct, but I'm still correct. Didn't make it to Italy. That car was operated by Jack Shanahan in a Middle Eastern event series. And, a lot of R&D on that car, a lot of executive, a lot of things. And then, yep, just when they would make it back to Italy, did make it back in time for this event. And track with Alan and Renee. So the way Jack drives, the way that Alan drives, very different. So we had to kind of take everything he's done and change it all up. It also shows too that like the driver preference can change a lot of things. Jack the Jack about it, like he actually enjoys the power falling off the top of the power band, which is interesting. So he likes the grip to come back in and out. So it's kind of cool the way that he does this in the car. If you're not used to that, it can feel very good.
So yeah. Brand new car to him, shall we say? And at the moment, leading qualifying that Mercedes wildcard drivers, 6-0, 3 of them with score on the board. So that tracks up now. Just starting to finish off the last mile.
That man is world-class sweeper for sure.
He's got the shoulders for it.
Yes, the arms
and the shoulders.
Yeah, he can sweep you right off your feet.
I was just gonna say the same. It was right on the tip of my tongue.
Oh man.
Well, there we go. As our track staff now begin to finish up the clear up on circuit, Becky's down the paddock with Timo Lipski.
Tim, it's great to see you back here in the Drift Masters paddock, but it's been a long time since I've seen you.
場所で U ターンしてください。
Now you're back here with the 15. She's not looking too pretty right now. What happened?
Yeah, she isn't. From what I know, I think we had an engine failure. The block in the 7th cylinder was kind of hot cut. Well, he took over on the next tire. So actually,
400メートル先、左方向です。
Not a great start to the weekend, do you think? Unfortunately, that one might be a
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
左方向です。 100メートル先、左方向です。
The S15, is it more of a proven chassis to you, or is it the A90 difficult maybe?
Yeah, the A90 was a bit difficult, so we decided to buy the car of power.
400メートル先、斜め右手前方向です。 ルートを再計算します。
Perfect, I'm glad you're okay. Thank you so much, guys.
Very much, Becky. You see Timo Lipski back. Competition, this is exactly what I want to see there.
100メートル先、右方向です。
All of that oil coming out, going onto the red hot exhaust, catching fire. You can see fire underneath the bonnet. Great job getting that extinguished again. Comes to the one-handed fire extinguisher use. Yeah, that's impressive.
左方向です。 安全な場所で U ターンしてください。右方向です。
I don't know, the other guy would say no. The other guy's like, one-handed seems to be the way that's going to go. What coverage that would be? Yeah, that's accuracy.
200メートル先、斜め右手前方向です。斜め右手前方向です。
Dejected, but still a smile on his face. I've got that. Using that.
200メートル先、左方向です。 左方向です。 200メートル先、右方向です。右方向です。 目的地に到着しました。
Now I was learning out on the Yaris because I was underneath that corner around and trying to adventure at one point. I did. I was taking photos of it now. They said me to leave. Yeah. I just want to take some snaps of the car. Yeah, it's crazy. It's very interesting to see how these new four-wheel drive chassis are being adapted and why I find the technology into all the suspension absolutely fascinating. Really, really good to see it being used.
It might be, and that might be your next thing. Let's be honest, there's not a lot of manufacturers that produce rear-wheel drive vehicles, but all-wheel drive is pretty consistent. So I think that might be it. I think that might be our next venture.
Our next venture as well. Well, it looks like the track staff have made their way off the circuit. We can see them there waving to the rest of the staff saying, I think that's it. I think that's as nice of a job as we can do right now. As you can see, the last members of staff and their recovery vehicles moving off. And Alan Hines down on the back of the paddock, warming up the tyres on the back of that Nissan Silvia S15, 2JZ 900 horsepower, as he gets requested to the line by start line by in qualifying once again. Just join us, welcome to here in Madrid, in Spain.
200メートル先、左方向です。
A few breaks on track so far, so
左方向です。
heavy action as Martin now just going to give you information to the line saying, look, this is where you are, this is where you need to be careful. Fully focused, the Irishman says, that's fine.
Yeah, those iconic glasses. They've really, like, I feel like that's his brand now. Those big glasses. He looks good in them too.
He certainly
wears
is.
them well.
Well, the 2024 Irish Drift Championship champion.
400メートル先、左方向です。
In 2019, 21, 25, 2020 and 2023.
左方向です。
Gets ready to leave the line for his first qualifying run of 2026. One last check. The helmet strap, one last adjustment.
目的地に到着しました。
Incredible.
Just gives you a bit of an idea of what it's like to be in that cockpit.
It certainly does. As you can see, Marcin down there just getting ready to rock and roll.
哪里没看？
That's the pearl white livery, the pearl white wrap on that carbon Kevlar. S15 shines in the sunlight here in Spain.
感觉是首都高的某一部分漏掉。
When Marcin's on the start line and it's business, it's strictly business.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, real nice guy.
Yeah, super nice guy.
Super
but when
nice,
it comes
super
down to work,
when it's
work
work,
time.
serious. Yeah,
Very
he may
serious.
put on the funny dicky bow tie and the shirt, and you know, be a bit of a comedian for us on the broadcast. But nevertheless, he's always ready to rock. Well, here we go off the line. It will be Alan Hines. We continue with qualifying here at round 2 through the gears. Goes Alan Hines as we jump on board inside Sylvia. Fires that car in very shallow angle, but now starts to work into it as Hines fires that car. Big snappy transition, dabs the hammer against the car right to the edge of the circuit. Alan Hines flying as he picks up the inner zone. Back across the circuit again. Alan Hines on an
这
absolute
可能是第一个比较高分的快乐分。
big clutch kick, pulls the car across the line. That's how it's
光
done.
看比赛
If there was any worries about him being hesitant because of the massive oil down, that's gone. Alan Hines, that was an incredible initiation. I mean, right out of the gate, a little bit of wheel spin, get those tires cooked back up. But I mean, he got out the angle so quick.
400メートル
Such
先
a great
右
job
方
in
向
this
です。
section. That's got to be spooky though, having the car go around there. Now the upside is obviously the oil leak happened from the front of the vehicle, so it's a little bit off the race.
右方向です。
Not a ton. You're still within it. If you go to left foot brake, you may not get any traction there. But I mean, he is so calm. He's so locked in. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many laps he put in the virtual space before this, but considering his VDC record, I guarantee he put several hours, if not
400メートル先
dozens,
右方向です。
on this track before he ever got here. It's a great run. Great run.
It certainly was a very good run there from Alan Hines as he piloted that Sylvia
右方向です。
S15 around the circuit. We'll wait the score to drop in.
200メートル先左方向です。左方向です。
How, if there's going to be any part of the circuit where there was a loss of grip, maybe there was in certain places, but nevertheless, Alan Hines dealt with it, that's for sure. So, and you can really see it there, that shot we were talking about earlier, how much that track climbs up over onto that outside zone, then drops back down again for the final.
400メートル先左方向です。
Yeah, he did really well throughout the whole thing. I think maybe just that last bit of the last outside zone might have been a bit of an issue, but outside of that, it was very, very impressed. Man, he held the shot forever.
So P5.2 drops in.
400メートル先右方向です。
To Ember Haskasat, the man from Turkey. Nikasua. This is Sylvia S15 2JZ, another 1,000 horsepower. This man, a whole host of North Cyprus championships under his belt. What can he do here at Drift Masters? He comes off the line, smoking the tyres already, smashes through the gears in this San Sylvia, flicks it very shallow angle, barely gets any angle on initiation, but nevertheless holds on to it. Ember Haskasat fires down to outside zone 4, big flame runs underneath the back of the car, but he stays in it. Haskasat kicks the clutch again, flicks the car across the circuit. Really nice job from Ember Haskasat right now as he stands on the accelerator across the line.
Really, what's interesting is because Alan was able to lay down those fresh tracks, you can kind of compare the lines immediately and see how they both attack the track a little bit differently. So,
目的地に到着しました。
quicker. Like the car's got a lot more front bite. It really wants to take off. He does a good job of corralling it through this section of the track, and you can see where those tracks line up in comparison to Alan's. It's a little bit wider through there, but overall, I would say does a really good job of.
刚才采访了接手的印度人好多。
To change setup with that oil down, they would have already been sitting out there, getting ready to go in hot grip. So usually it's 3 to 4 cars are kind of waiting, ready to warm up their tires as they come through. So once it's out there, there's not a lot you can do to the car. You might be able to drop a little bit of tire pressure, but that's about it. Another interesting. Whoa, hello.
印度人占领全世界。
斜め右手前方向で
Something
す。
else we picked up on is those front tires.
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
Yeah, like where drivers are having to go in and pull them off and use different machines to clean off the tires.
Certainly are. 74.5 drops in. Remember, Haskasami very happy with that. Knocked out in qualifying and round one in Italy. We go back on the line. Kareem Harney from Egypt. BMW G87 M2 2JZ 900 horsepower. Blew the drive shaft, the prop shaft. To clean out the car in practice. Managed to get one from another member, another driver in the
400メートル先、左方向です。
Harney, Big Kareem as he likes to be called. 5 down to outside zone 4. On the handbrake, dials that car in, sticks it in to outside zone 4. They'll be wanting to put a safe run in here and get one in the bag, that's for sure, as Kareem Harney now stands on the accelerator, looks for that
400メートル先、左方向です。
Solid run. Yeah, I mean, likes being called Big Karim, but that's what we're calling him. Oh man, yeah, solid
左方
run.
向です。
That's what he's sticking with. So you might as well print the merch now, Karim. Yeah, really, really good run. Very locked in here. I've been noticing lately with the onboards is how little these drivers blink in a run. And Karim here is kind of showing that off. And that whole section, I don't think he's
目的地に到着しました。
completely locked in all the way through. Same thing, like you're going to know about that oil down, and does a really, really good job through all these zones. Car looked a little hooked up in the beginning. I think they all are, though. I think in order to get all the way out to those first couple of zones, you've got to have a ton of forward bite in the car.
Yeah, I think the cars, everyone was saying that they didn't really want to go out there fully, you know, as they call it here at Drift Masters, kill mode.
Kill
the
mode,
drivers
yeah.
call it kill mode. They didn't want to go out in qualifying in full kill mode, but they said there's no option with the way the initiation is, those first 2-3 outside zones, they have to have the car fully hooked up, otherwise there's no way you're going to make it down to outside zone 4. So these guys really pushing this weekend, one of the fastest tracks on the calendar, initiation speeds as fast as Latvia will be in Sydney.
Yeah, it's actually has a higher average speed throughout the entire run than Latvia does. Which, I mean, we talk about how fast Riga is, but this...
目的地に到着しました。
I love these shots. Like, this could be the entire live stream, and I'd be okay with that.
It might be a little bit long though, Jacob. Here we go, score drops in 77.7 for Kareem Harney. He'll be happy to get himself a score on the board after a little bit of worry earlier on. We go back on the line to Konstantin Shirenko from Ukraine, Toyota GT86 2JZ, 890 horsepower, part of the Trinity Racing team, partnering up with Shanahan's for 2026 as he smokes the tyres off the line, fires through the gear. Konstantin Shirenko now flicks that car up to initiation. Oh, little snap understeer, had to get himself back into it, went for a big flick and it didn't really pay off. It's a big mistake as he now nervously gets himself around outside zone 4. This is that inner, you can see now it's way on the wrong qualifying, shuts it down. I wonder if there was an issue with the car or he just aborted the run.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's got to be spooky though at that part of the track for the run to kind of fall apart like that. Yeah, went for something great, and it just did not want to continue on through that section.
No, certainly didn't watch. It's going to go back to outside zone 4 and shut that down.
Yeah, even through here you can tell. Gets back on the throttle. It's not really pushing very well. It misses that inside. Shallow through here, and yeah, something strange is going on. There we go. Back to the initiation. Looked really good. I think maybe just a bit more throttle commitment through there.
Yeah, see, I don't really know. I'd only be surmising if it was a problem with the car or he caught understeer. That's all I can come down to, the assumption I go to. We go back on the line to Yves Meyer, the man that we were just talking about. And
我手机只有9节电了，我可能要先关一关应用程式，包括退直播，不对，语音频道。
Absolutely firing so far as he gets himself into this outside zone, stands on the accelerator. Look at that, right to the edge of the circuit. And any angle in this car looks like big angle as Yves Meyer now puts it in to the final few outside zones. Misses that inner, last one coming up and across the line.
What I liked is how calm that run felt. It's like he was on holidays the whole time. He was very, very relaxed.
Remember from driver's briefing?
Exactly. He told us he's here on holidays. So he's got all the time in the world for this event. Yves Meyer looking very calm. They've done so much work to this. They got the car in, and they immediately wanted to figure out how much they can get out of it. Remember, this has a longer wheelbase than the new Supra or the 8.6. It doesn't look like it.
It's so wild.
Yeah, it is. There's just no overhang or the front or the back. And what he did say is that's nice is that you do sit a little bit higher up than a lot of those cars. So seeing the zones is actually easier. So I think this is just adding a bit more to that fire of, hey, these might be the new chassis. And I mean, all it's going to take.
It looks so good.
I know, it looks so cool. I mean, the aero on it looks beautiful. Even the way the smoke control comes off the back.
Yeah.
Like, I know that's not aero within drifting is not something we talk about a lot, but being able to use that to direct the smoke all the way back, keep it out of the cabin.
Phenomenal.
These are all the small things.
Yeah, a few mistakes creeping into that run though for Yves Meyer. Wait for the score to drop in. Here we go at an 83.5 for his first qualifying run. He'll be fairly happy with that one, that's for sure. As we go back on the line to Ite Sada. BMW G87 2JZ 1000 horsepower, full carbon fiber car, full carbon fiber crash helmet as well as he fist pumps the window. Red Bull start line camera through the gears, goes for the initiation, big clutch kick, gets that car to an angle, stands on the accelerator. Look at the bonnet of the car rattling, so much speed as he fires down the outside zone. He's going whoa, oh, and he goes super deep into the gravel. And Ite Sada beached down there on those protective sheets covering up that gravel.
Yeah, he came through with a lot of speed right out of the gate. Like, it looked really, really quick. Oh man, and you know he drives here really, really well. He was second place here last year. Everything leading up to this looked really good. I think same thing. He just didn't quite get on the throttle at the right time to push around outside zone 4, and it just meant that he went for the long slide into the gravelly bits.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look back. I think he was slightly wide. If you watch, I'm watching back on our second screen.
多条路了，
We have the
现在
privilege of having a second screen, which is what
有
the
点找不
judges
到
are looking
到
at,
底是
which
哪
is
几
the
条路没看到。
EVS replay. So our judges have their own.
100メートル先右方向です。
Camera angles, they can slow the shot down, they can go back. Watch this on initiation. We're going to see it from the drone, which is, as we say, Jacob, the drone doesn't like. Watch this, he goes a little wide. He's
目
already
的
off
地に
track.
到着しました。
So he's already loose on the curve at that point. So by then, he's already skidding, he's already picking up speed. So there's no way you can really slow the car down. Remember what we went back to saying earlier on, and that was that the lad said in the driver's briefing and the other judges that if you want that little faint hot circuit super slippery, there's no way of slowing the car down. He's already twice so far.
Yeah, exactly. And it's unfortunate, but he pays seven. Really got to be able to put the grip down to be able to kind of shoot out of that section. And he's trying here.
Yeah.
Like he definitely realized what was about to happen, but unfortunately wasn't able to find that grip to shoot out.
Yeah, skipping stoned over the gravel.
Yep. No
这里
bueno.
也有一条
No bueno, not where you need to be. So we'll wait to see. Yeah, it's off track. As you can see now, the car, they're just talking to the marshals and the track staff here in
400
Spain.
メートル先右方向です。
Picked out of gravel by our 10 minutes.
右方向です。
Canada and America put all toes in the gravel machine. Yeah.
Terrible. I just go buy it. It's cheaper. It's cheaper.
That's a cheating way of. That's fine. Sound pretty good.
Are you?
Yeah, oh yeah, a little bit. Yeah, very good.
I think it's a good spatial awareness.
Yeah.
Three-dimensional.
Plus, I also cheat to stand like on the side of the machine,
Oh.
high up
I
the
thought you were gonna
easiest
say you just
target.
shake it until it falls out.
No, you get kicked out. Do that a lot.
Yeah, you get a free toy.
You do, but don't listen to me and Jacob. Give me any advice
On anything.
on anything.
Yeah. That's remember, we're having the same conversations you're having at home. The difference is you've got a microphone in our
We've
face.
got a lot of people listening to us.
Yeah, I try not to think about it.
There we go. Dejected. It's a Sada. Waits there for his cars to recover. The crew down there, we wait to get that car back, checked over, and ready for the second qualifying run as well.
400メートル先左方向です。
Thought we had a recovery truck to get both. Did we have one that was able to grab it, lift it over?
左方向です。
Well, there we go. Ite Sada down there, stranded the gravel with a zero on the board, but
200 メー
Becky's
トル
down
先
there.
左
The
方
man
向で
that
す。
currently leads qualifying, Becky Evans, is down the ground without
左方向
bikes.
です。
Yes, guys, it's been a long time since I've had a chat with that. I think it was last year. Since the last time this car, how stressful.
目的地に到着しました。
Getting this car back. Was it 7 days, 1 day before you had to leave? And you've gone out there with an 85.2 on board. Looking comfortable, but I know just under the surface, you were feeling the stress a little bit.
Yeah, as I said to you earlier, you were going to catch up, and I was going to break down in tears over this catch up. Yeah, look, it's been a roller coaster for sure, but I'm delighted to be here. Obviously missing Italy was not ideal, but we're here for the full season. We're here for the full race, of course, and of course, this season is long. You know, we've 7 rounds. We've now in our 2nd round, so we've a bit of catch up. But that's a really good start, considering the circumstances of Timor deciding to change the track conditions right before us. So, all things considering, not a bad start to the weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not a bad start. I mean, you're leading right now. Can you give us a little track update? Was there any sort of greasiness out there, or was it feeling pretty smooth?
Yeah, interestingly enough, I thought, look, I had to rewarm my tyres twice, and I think straight away off the start line we were on second base. You know, we weren't ever going to really pull off a great run, but we know we're not going to qualify first. We just don't feel super comfortable. We need more time. But considering the circumstances, I actually think it actually helped us out a tiny bit. I'm just more disappointed on the last corner where there was no track can change conditions that I did my worst job there. So we have a bit of work to do. Hopefully for our next run, no one will dirty the track for us, because that would be freaking great.
Now, you're one of our drivers that really straddles the world between virtual and in real life. Now, how useful is it for maybe some drivers that are looking at, you know, one day I'd love to drive in Drift Masters? How has the sim driving really helped you get to this level here?
Yeah, for sure. Look, I actually heard Jacob early saying, I have thousands of hours. Nope, I have 15 laps on the simulator for this event. So I'm trying a new method this season, and we're going to try and see how it works. So far, it has not worked out. So we will hopefully do a bit better next time. No, but seriously, no, it's amazing. It's incredible. You've got kids coming up to us all the time asking how do we get in. It's super simple. You know, you spend the money, you have a nice simulator, you spend hours on it, you get great as a driver, and then once you do get a real car, you're ready to go. And I think that's the cool thing about it. So I approach it a bit differently to some how other drivers do it, and it works for me sometimes. And this weekend so far it wasn't working out, but after that score we're not doing too bad, so I can't complain.
Always very humble, Alan. It's great to have you back here, and looking forward to what you've got for us in your 2nd run. Guys?
Thank you very much, Becky, and thank you, Alan Hines. Calling out you, Jacob.
Yeah.
You were wrong.
I was wrong.
He took a new method.
He's not doing it.
He said minimal laps on the sim equal better laps in real life.
No.
That's why I can't drive on a sim, because I'm a better drifter in real life than I am. I said, why are you grinning?
Nothing. No, you're right. Yeah.
The trophy cabinet says differently.
Yeah. We still got to build it, but yeah.
There's too many to house. That's the problem.
Oh, is that it?
I need another house, yeah.
I mean, I get it. Like, the world's best dad trophies definitely stack up after a while.
Yeah.
It's why there's no drifting trophies in there, but yeah.
Oh. One day we will have a drift battle between me and Jacob. You're all welcome to come along and commentate on that.
I've been dropping hints to these drivers where I'm saying, listen, I think I would appreciate the sport more if I got into a pro car. I mean,
You're just trying to borrow a pro car.
I am.
And everybody in the paddock keeps telling you to get out of
I
their
know,
car.
they keep telling me to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to build your own.
I mean,
car.
I got in Randaloo's, and he also told
told you to get out.
Yeah. But listen, maybe we can convince them. You and I can go head to head, and then we'll have a better appreciation as to how difficult these cars really are.
That would be good.
I think it would make for great content.
It would make great video content.
Yeah.
Well, there we go, down there, our track star.
Oh, look at how nice he's. Oh, I thought he was doing the tarps. He's checking his car. I was like, oh.
He's not helping clear up the track. That's not his job.
No. He's worried about that very, very expensive all-carbon fiber car.
Yeah. So it's a setter down there, the car out of the gravel. And now trying to get that car recovered back to the paddock. You can see down there on the track our technical advisor, Maciek Polody, just having a chat with Ite. And Ite's going to get towed back. No major damage on the car that means he can't get recovered by being towed back in, so that's good. He probably won't want to run the car after being deep into the gravel. Those stones would have been everywhere inside the engine bay, Jacob.
Yep. Not
the first thing you want to do is fire up the car again.
No, he'll be finding those inside the cabin for a very, very long time.
Certainly will be.
Yeah.
And there we go. Beautiful scenes here and around the circuit in Madrid, Circuito de Jarama. As the staff there just pulling back those tarps, getting that track ready for the next person to come up to the line. It will be Teemu Sunma from Finland, making his Drift Masters debut as a full-time driver at round 1 in Valencia. Doing a very, very good job, this man. 6-time rally champ in Finland.
Wow. That's impressive.
That's good way of transferring the skills over from rallying to
Yeah, I
drifting.
think there's a skill path that goes that way for sure. I mean, we've seen it with a number of drivers, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, look, his first season of drifting was 2025.
Yeah.
So he's brand new to this level of driving, but look, watching him in practice, he fits in right at home. He looks very, very confident. He's very competent in the car. It's an unbelievable piece of machinery. He has him that BMW M2 M50 Turbo, 880 horsepower, doing a good job as we see there. Ite getting his car recovered off circuit, second step on the podium last year, probably thinking that maybe it's not going to go his way as we jump on board with Timu. Timu also tires on that car, down with the handbrake.
Smooth as anything.
Very, very smooth. That's years and years of driving.
And yes, that's crazy how smooth he's coming in on another dimension. He was planted very proper positioning.
There we go, Timu ready to rock and roll as he adjusts the belts, gives a thumbs up to our start line cameraman. Get ready to send the next car off the line. Only 7 drivers with a score on the board at the moment. This could be a very different Spain from what we're used to, or what we assumed we would see this afternoon, Jacob, as Timo Sunma slots that car into gear, the anti-lag firing off the line through the gears for the first qualifying run of round 2 for Timo Sunma. Fires that car in, good initiation, very, very wide though, drops the wheel over to the gravel, holds onto it, it's super early in to outside zone 4, but stands on the accelerator as Sunma now looks for that outside zone, picks it up beautifully. Sunma on a flyer, very deep there, dials on the angle, big clutch kick, just misses that inner zone, and touches the outer one very late.
Definitely going for that wide line.
Yeah.
I may have held my breath just a little bit before I got into 4, because as much as I want everybody to push the limits as much as they possibly can. I don't want to see any more drivers be sequestered off to the gravel bit, but it's a really good job through this section. Catches up that little bit understeer as they get all the way out, but then does a really good job. I was liking the way he was trying to really throw a ton of angle at things, use the curving correctly. Ideally, you don't want to be on the curve at all. I think it's right through here. Like a big swing out, a little bit late on the transition. It does make it look quite smooth coming through. You can really tell what this is like. So he's on the left foot brake. You can barely see him there in the bottom left-hand corner. Just working that left foot brake to try and keep that car at angle, keep the wheel spinning, and slowing up the car a little bit. Left foot braking doesn't pull a lot of speed out.
No, it just helps you extend, move the back of the car, keeps the back of the car where you want it to be. You can extend the car backwards into a zone. You can also extend the zone on the back of the car.
Push you longer.
You're effectively increasing the arc, the radius of the arc, which all the tracks are laid out to be on perfect arcs in circles. So that's what the qualifying line is. 77 drops in for Timo Sunma. Incredible job there at that BMW. Go back on the line to a brand new build for 2026. Of course, Kevin Piscotty from Hungary in this Toyota GR86 to JZ 800 horsepower, taking the swap over from his BMW E92 V8 supercharged car to this for this season. Fires that car in, stands on the throttle. This car's such a nice, unique sound. Screams as he gets up to the throttle. Piscotty now goes a little wide, keeps a hold of it though, dials on the angle. Oh, a little wobble there through inner 5. Big angle as he comes round and down the hill. Piscotty stands on the accelerator, just can't find that final outside zone.
Yeah, drivers are really trying a lot of different things here, which is interesting. I thought they would be maybe a little bit more dialed coming off of practice and kind of locked into exactly what it is they're looking to do, but I feel like everybody's trying something different. I don't know, it's strange. I can't tell if it's track conditions or what's
It's weird. It's like
it is weird.
Gone away after the break between the 2 practice sessions this morning. They've changed setups on the car maybe, or they've just changed how they're going to drive that qualifying line. Maybe they're looking for more of those style points.
Yeah, maybe. That's what it felt like here. That's
what Yves Meyer was chatting to us about earlier.
Yeah.
Like, how do I get more style points? I'm like, you're asking the wrong people.
Yeah.
We're impressed by any drifting.
Yeah, that could be the case here. I mean, we talk so much about line, but we've seen drivers, sacrifice parts of zones or whole zones to get big angle, big style. So, if you're only going to lose 6 points or whatever, missing a zone, but you can pick it up in style, maybe it's worth it. I don't know, it's a weird gamble, but if it pays off, it pays off.
Yeah, potentially it can be. So we are waiting for that score to drop in. There we go, a 78.2 from Kevin Piscotty, and we'll be very happy with that for that first qualifying run. As we see more scores dropping in now, we go back on the line to Dave Egan from Ireland, the 2 JZ Toyota Supra, 925 horsepower. Look at that, focused as Egan stares down the barrel of the circuit, through the gears, clutch kicks that Supra to angle, said he was feeling super confident earlier on. Kept his cool by the looks of things at the moment, goes very wide, but holds onto it. Egan stands on the throttle, he's going to go wide once again, just about keeps a hold of it, but he's pushed him wide for inner 5. Gets himself back with that qualifying line now as Egan stands on the accelerator, up and wide and across the line. It's a run in the bag, but he won't be happy with that, and you can see, look at his little bit of dejection there from Egan
alignment. I was going to call him Dave Save Egan because I thought it was all over.
That was a big save.
That's a big
noises.
I was full clench.
Oh, that was a wheel.
Oh man, you left the whole wheel off. Yeah, it is sketchy. There's not many tracks we get into where you've got that big gravel trap, but I mean, look at the level of concern on Dave's face, and rightfully so. Right here, there it is. Oh, he did a. Oh, look at the fan.
Fan, hands on the head, like, no, not another one.
That is a correct response.
Yeah, it certainly was.
Now, obviously, that means that coming through, he's going to miss that inside clip, but the rest of it does look pretty good for Dave, and I think this is a testament to him growing as a driver. Is that he didn't panic, he didn't throw away the rest of the run, he just went back at it. So yeah, there's a lot of stones over there.
There's a lot of gravel out of it, so definitely you can see the debris. You've got that very super wide line.
Yeah,
that's in a 5 there, so then you can see where Dave was super wide onto the bar box, as we like to call it, those bits of shredding tyre. That's 67.7 for Dave Egan, the score on the ball at the moment. And I mean, look, I'm even going to try and guesstimate a top 32 knockout score because of the way things are sitting at the moment. Who knows where we're going to be sitting after these drivers have got the first run in the bag. Clint Van Oort comes off the line, Nissan 200SX2 JZ, 900 horsepower, S14A. Screams through the gears. Clint Van Oort said he's feeling super confident this weekend. The man from the Netherlands with big style, big aggression, big angle, big flair, fires in, he's going very wide, Van Oort into the gravel. And it's another driver.
Keep going.
Really get it out. He's trying his best to get that car off the gravel, and he does. As Van Oort gets a big cheer from the crowd. Fans love it. I want to know what has changed on circuit between practice and now, because outside zone 4 seems almost unattainable. I'm sure we'll get Becky down there in the paddock talking to one of these drivers to find out what is going on between the transition between 3 and 4, because it seems like nothing has changed in the driving style, but maybe something has changed on track. There has been oil down, we know that. It could just be the oil down.
I don't know though, like it's you see where the oil patch was,
it's kind of
front of the car.
offline, yeah.
So I'm wondering if it's affecting the front wheels of the vehicle where they're trying to
exactly.
catch a bit of left foot brake, or
but Van Oort, again, another driver that went wide.
I know.
Leading into 4. That will be a 0. As we drop that in, we make it official. Van Oort.
The only thing I can think of is when they had the slow-mo shot at Dave, you saw how much heat was coming off the track.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of is like maybe the wind has slowed down a little bit, the heat's intensified. I mean, I feel like the UV here is a little bit higher. It's hard to explain. The sun is very strong, even though it's not that hot. But I'm wondering if that is just greasing the track up, that we've got no longer. The temperature has made the track very greasy. It's the only thing I
find out. We go back down to Juha Poitalasso from Finland, BMW 92 JZ, 900 horsepower. We call him the old Mark, the OG of Finnish drifting, because he is a man with tons of experience underneath his belt. What can he do as he tries to navigate this tricky circuit on the handbrake nice and early? And I mean, he has no issues getting to 4. Absolutely nails it. As Poitalasso goes a little wide on outside zone 6, but then recovers a big angle on as he comes up and down the hill, puts in a blinder of a qualifying run and across the line.
Solid. Absolutely
and that throws
solid.
everything out the window that we thought was wrong with the track.
Yeah, it's
because the front wheels there for Poitalasso are dead through that line.
Yeah, it's right through that oily section. You can see it. He's on where that oil drop was. It looks good. Left foot brake holds through that section. His line's incredible. He's not making a ton of corrections. He actually throws a bunch more angle before getting to the last part of this track. Right through here. Look at this. Looks great. He is 90 to the track. So yeah, it's tough to say because this looked like nothing was wrong. So either he's had the time to adapt, but I mean, Clint Van Oort would have had the time to adapt as well. I don't know. I really don't know. Hopefully we can get Becky down to give us a bit more info. There he is. He is a steely driver. I could have been a little bit deeper to that inside clip, but I was even trying to think, like, is it something to do with the different chassis, the different tires, or what it is? But there's no real common denominator that I picked up. Look at the line on his front tire from picking up all this. It's like a perfect
crazy
line. Yeah.
I was watching the cars earlier as they were coming back in from a run. An 86.7 drops in for Juha Poitalasso. We're very happy with that top of the pot at the moment, sitting in first place in qualifying as we move it back to the start line to Jarkko Jula, the wild card that now sits as a resident here at Drift Masters. Puts his thumbs up to the camera, to JZ, to chase the JZX 100, 900 horsepower. One of the most beautiful, clean cars in the paddock. This team worked tirelessly to keep this car immaculate. Like soft tyres, comes off the line. Jarkko Jula, through the years, Nice, steady initiation. Dab with the foot brake to unsettle the back of the car. Back on throttle once again as Jarkko Ulla flicks that car across circuit. Nice and wide. Stands on the accelerator as Ulla now works his way around down to inner 5 and across the circuit. Jarkko Ulla heavy on the foot brake, making that car transition where it doesn't want to. Won't make it up the hill. Just about catches that final outside zone.
He loves that brake on transition.
Wow, that's clever though, because the way the car's pivoting with that much grip.
It's really smart. A lot of drivers you'll see will grab the handbrake, locking up the rear. For Jarkko Ulla, when he transitions, he will stab the front brake and get the car to transition around it. And it's really, really smart to do it. There's some downsides to it. It means your transition is going to be really quick. And it means you might come up short in a few spots. But if you get the timing right, it looks good. And yeah, I mean, he's dragging a lot of left foot brake through it. You'll see it right through here. Watch the front. See it dip down? Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Now, it does disrupt the suspension just a little bit. You'll see that front left wheel kind of wiggle a bit. So maybe some of the bump steer needs to be adjusted in that, but we're getting real deep into the technical on that one. So there's other people in this room that could tell me a lot more about what needs to be changed on that car. But either way, Jarkko Ulla made it look good.
He certainly did make it look good, and that car always looks good. I'm a big fan of that JZX100.
Especially on ball tracks.
So good to see a big body Toyota on circuit. An 81 drops in from Jarkko Ulla, the first qualifying score on the board. Move it back to the line from Cyprus. George Christoforou, BMW 1 Series, the 82 S50 Turbo 1100.
400メートル先、左方向です。
Thank you through to competition at round 1. Yeah, fingers crossed. Must be listening to us, Jacob, that's for sure. Sorry, dude.
左方向です。
Through the gears goes George Christoforou. Settles that car. It's a two-angle fast through.
400メートル先、斜め右手前方向です。
BMW looks very settled as he just dabs the handbrake. He's going to go very wide once again. Big clutch kick keeps himself on circuit though. Good job there from Christoforou. He manages now to connect the dots. A little shy on some of these outside zones. Big handbrake drag through outside zone 7. Across the line.
Yeah, not the run he may be looking for, but he's getting one on the board. And right now, with the amount of zeros we've got, I think just getting a run on the board is kind of the way to go. My math serves me correct. Just getting a run on the board is going to get you talking to at least at this point. We still have more runs to go. Top drivers still have
目的地に到着しました。
but yeah, I think maybe just take a safety run on this one for sure. And hopefully the track doesn't change anymore.
No, of course, I don't know if the drivers and the teams have been watching the broadcast from behind the scenes, relaying the information to the driver saying, look, this is how the lay of the land is. It's very slippery, maybe. We don't know that. We haven't confirmed it on outside zone 4. And the track might be a little unpredictable at times. Just get a score on the ball. Just try and get yourself into the show as things stand. So, how that plays out. 67.5 for George Christoforou on the first run. This is into a level position. Right to Espen Road. Norwegian driver in the BMW E46 with the M2 body kit on the road. 19 years of age, slapped that car into gear. Big problems with the car all weekend, but the team said they worked tirelessly through the night last night to get that car running 110%. The Norwegian fires through, looking rock steady right now as he flicks it into outside zone 4 on the throttle, nice and early. Espen Road absolutely annihilated the qualifying line. A little wobble as he goes nice and wide, flicks it up into the curb, down on the inside to pick up that inner zone. Final zone, very good run by Espen Road.
Wow, that was solid. That was really, really well put together from Espen Road.
100メートル先、右方向です。
I'm interested to go back to the gameplay, but like from first glance, there's not a lot of critiques through it. Very, very good through that first inside clip. Out to 2, everything was looking good. And then yeah, pushing out nice and wide. Or sorry, downward to 4. Man, this is just a really good run. Could have been a touch deeper in a few spots, but like it's just getting kind of nitpicky. But look how stable he is all the way through here. Not a ton of wheel input. But, obviously a pretty good left foot brake. That's more or less commonplace now. I don't even consider left foot brake it's a necessary thing to get around that.
Certainly is. Very nice way using those curves, as we say, sacrificing a point here and a point there to use the curves to gain an advantage by movement in the corner. That's what these guys will try and do. As the score drops in at 89.2, drops Espen Road into first place. We'll be very happy with that.
目的地に到着しました。
Close to a 9 in a moment. Go back to the line to Colin Falvey from Ireland in the drift game. This adds a bit S15 2JZ, 1050 horsepower. two outside zones, very good there. Drops down on the inside to pick up the inner. A little wobble for the last outside zone, but job done.
Yeah, he's not happy with it, but he's a bit of a perfectionist. Let's be honest here. Yeah, the big thing we talked to him about is he felt like he got caught up in the grip game, where he's just like, he felt like, what he was saying is that he felt like he always had to add more grip to the car. And we were kind of saying to him, like, hey man, just go have fun, just go drive, like, take some out. Like, why are you so worried about it?
Easy for us to say.
I know. Like, we're not in the dirt.
Tell when a driver puts so much pressure on their own shoulders to perform, what that does to them, and you can see that nervousness in the car from Connor Falvey, and you know, you can see the pressure was on his shoulders, and this weekend he came with a new attitude and said, look, if I'm not having fun, there's no reason to be here, because 19% of this is, okay, performing as one of the best drivers on this stage, but also having fun doing it.
And also, don't forget, he's going through final exams right now. He's got a lot on his plate.
Well, an 88 drops in for Connor Falvey, very happy with that, sticks him into second place in qualifying at the moment. Obviously, we're starting to move through the qualifying order, get higher up in the rankings, drivers who go back to the line to El Salvador now residing in Dubai. He's at 400Z, comes off the line, supercharged, V8 LS underneath the bonnet, 1,000 horsepower, flicks that car to an angle. We're going to see a lot, and that's how Hawaii this weekend is keeping himself very, very quiet, but looking unbelievably controlled as always, as Chopin makes his way around, dips that front end of that carbon Kevlar Z towards the cone, transition back from Nassau Hawaii, a little bit of steering him, but making it look effortless as he crosses the line.
It's not worth the Fisher points, but it's points to us. Fans. There you go, get a good shot. He's not packed up. This is for Nasser. He's not only he's kind of out in the paddock. He's chatting. You'll see people walk by and be like, hey, what's going on? He's kind of been doing something this week.
So far,
And it's looking good though. Maybe that's what it was. A little too much socializing in the past, and now he's just locked in and so that's he looks really good. You can tell there how much that left foot brings towards the car back. You can feel how much quicker it is the moment he lets go, but the timing on it looks solid. He's just super well. The car is beautiful too. I wasn't sure about the color combo at first before I look at it.
Really like to get such a good looking car. Really good to see a fresh chassis out on circuit as well. That 400 as well.
I think the score is going to reflect this for sure.
So the score drops in. 85.7 for Nessa Al-Khabali. Good to see from El Salvador with the score on the ball. We go back on line to Jakub Kroll from Poland. That's 14.9%. 206, full carbon Kevlar body, 2 JZ 920 horsepower, which struck a little bit of practice and not looking too confident. Off the line, what can he do in qualifying the man that really saves it all for the show. Kroll fires that car, puts it right to the edge of the circuit for outside zone 3, big transition back onto the handbrake. Look at this early on front. Oh, keeps jiggling. Oh! Knew he was going wide, had to bail out of the road. Just not really being in the zone this weekend.
Even in practice, there was definitely some great runs he put down, but not as consistent as we're used to seeing. Usually he'll go out with that one, maybe two, safe practice runs, and then just gets better and better and better. We saw a lot of wavering earlier on. It's hard to tell.
So it's official with a 0 wanted to wash super wide, so got the handbrake strong, controlling, can't still didn't react, so got out with super early, go on the line to Harry Kerr from Ireland. E46 BMW, the F22 body kit, 2 JZ, 850 horsepower, took the car into the hay bales across the gravel early on in practice. Now looks like it's back up, running perfectly. So Harry Kerr flicks that car to angle, stands on the throttle. Harry Kerr looking very, very confident, pulling out some serious moves early on. Oh, loses a tailgate off the car, stands on the throttle, drops out outside zone 4 a little early. Now picks back up on that qualifying line as Harry Kerr flicks it to the final outside zone coming up as he goes up the hill and across the line.
He lost a bit of car there.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Weight saving throughout the run.
Tailgate,
I don't know if that's an advantage or...
trunk lid? Call it a tailgate?
Tailgate, boot lid.
Boot lid? Okay. Tailgate's usually on a truck. Maybe it's an American thing. Either way, that part's gone. As soon as he gets on throttle, the car wants to drive forward. He doesn't get on the left foot brake early enough. There it is again. Doesn't get on the left foot brake early enough, or could have grabbed a bit of handbrake there to extend out. Outside of that one zone, though, the rest of this is looking pretty solid. Now, he's going to be thinking a lot about that zone for sure. But either way, it's at this point in time, it's getting that lap on. And like a lot of Irish drivers, a lot of weight on their shoulders to hold the heritage of that country when it comes to drifting. And Harry is one of the best to come out of Ireland.
So.
Yeah, I would argue the Irish drifting championship is one of the hardest ones in the world.
Yeah, it certainly is, because a lot of those drivers have such a talent, the ability there that,
Yeah.
Look at that freewheeling. I was just watching as that wheel hit back on the tarmac again. A 76.5 drops in for Harry Kerr. Yeah, look, Harry Kerr debuted at Drift Masters last season at round 3 in Mondello Park and programmed together for a full season. As we go back on the line, David Spossop slides the window closed, doesn't even look at the camera. The man from Poland, San Silvia. There's 15.2 JZ, 920 horsepower, comes off the line. Spossop, big flick, different approach, stand on the accelerator. Oh, big wobble as he comes through that inner 2, fires the car to angle for outside zone 4 on the handbrake, slows it down, back on throttle nice and early. And Spossop puts the rear wheel towards the white line. Now starts to clean up that perfect qualifying line. Transitions back across the circuit, in to the second to last outside zone, stalls the car a little bit on the throttle and across the line.
Yeah, that's a strange one. It's tough because that wobble is not necessarily part of line.
No.
It would affect things like style and I mean fluidity is basically gone at that point in time. But yeah, that's just spooky for any driver to start off with. We see some more signs of a little bit later on through the rest of this. I mean, where he's hitting the zones, he's absolutely crushing them. Even coming through this inside clip, look at that, right on the edge of that, all the way out to the edge of the track there. He'll go all the way out to the edge of the track here. Look at that. So it's weird because where things are good, they're phenomenal, but where things are not good, it's going to be a little bit scary for him. So we'll see how the judges come up with this. I think line score is not going to be too bad, but I think he's going to lose quite a few on the style side of things.
Yep. So we'll see that drop in a minute. We'll be able to see if you're right, Jacob.
I don't know.
The numbers don't lie.
No, they don't. And I just guess.
Well, there we go. Score drops in a 78.5 and style 12.5. Yeah, you were right.
Yeah, I'd say the fluidity was the big one on that.
Yeah. Back on the line. It's Oliver Randlew, the man that stood on the top step on the podium at this event last year. Can he replicate that here in 2026? And we definitely hoping to. He's looking cool, calm and collected. Yesterday when we had a chat with him, Jacob, and what's he feeling right now? He's in the car and the pressure cooker's turned up as Randlew flicks that car to outside zone 4. Nice and early. Randlew drops out of outside zone a touch early. Gets the back end towards that qualifying line. Fires on big angle as Randlew stands on the accelerator, looks for that final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, he's looking comfy right away, and there's going to be a level of confidence immediately. Yeah, like you know how well you did here last year, so you're just going to come in and drive so much harder than anybody else is because you're like, well, I've already proven it. Now I got to do it again. But yeah, this is a really good run all the way out. Great commitment all the way through here, all the way through 4. Comes out of it just a touch early, but it does set him up really well for 5 and out to 6. Look at that. You can tell. I mean, when you see that puff of flour coming up, you know that they've absolutely aced that line. Should make all the zones like that with little fireworks or something.
On everyone?
Yeah.
You're
Like
not asking for much, are you?
No. It's
Second
fine.
year.
I know. It's our 1 year anniversary.
It's a
by the
1 year
way.
anniversary
I know,
today, yeah.
Yeah, the flowers are late. I don't know what happened, but
They're on the way.
Yeah, they're on the way. Yeah, Oliver Randlew though, he's looking really good.
He certainly is. He's looking good, looking confident. That's what I liked yesterday about Oliver when we had a good chat with him. He was part of our intro video, and we had a lot of fun with him and his crew down there. He was feeling confident. An 80.7. Judges not liking it as much though. Trying to see where he lost out. This is the score.
100 メートル先、右方向です。
Simon Olsen from Norway. He's 40.92 JZ. 30 horsepower, the man.
目的地に到着しました。
James Dean this year for a full season. Comes off the line through the gears, removed the spoiler after practice. maybe to lose a little bit of that downforce as he fires that car now in to outside zone 4. You see that front bumper dip down as he slams on the foot brake. Now back on the accelerator again. As Simon Olsen fires his car through the circuit here in Harama as he puts it for the final outside zone and across the line.
Just that one inside zone is what eluded them, but outside of that, it was pretty rock solid for the young Norwegian. Get back to our replay here. Very calm. He's a quiet gent.
Quiet gent,
yes. Yeah, look at this guy. Outside zone 4 looks good. Adds a bit more angle to try and fulfill that zone. The inside clip after that was pretty good, but it's just going to be the one. I believe it's zone 8 just before the end is the one. But great pedal work there. Very, very calm all the way through. This looks great. So he does a good job on this transition. A bunch of angle as he comes through, and we'll see it here. And then it's just going to be the inside zone where it didn't really come together for him. He's just on the outside of it.
Just, didn't drop a wheel onto it, and judges were looking for the wheel to go through that. The central white line is the key, and through that white line in the middle of those boxes on those inner zones. It's a clear indicator of where the judges want the front wheel to be, an 81.5 for Simon Olsen. As we drop back onto the line, Diogo Correa. A lot of Portuguese in the building this weekend. Look at this, pumped up, ready to go. Diogo Correa just not finding any form in the last couple of years here at Drift Masters as he slams on the throttle for line through the gears. As Correa now flicks that BMW to angle, 900 horsepower, Mercedes-Benz M104 underneath the bonnet. As Correa sets himself up beautiful for outside zone 4. This is very nice for Diogo Correa. A little sacrifice there on outside zone. Now back onto it again as he drops down for the inner final outside zone and across the line.
Very quick run too.
Yeah, very fast.
Speedy.
A lot of grip in that car.
Yeah, felt very, very speedy. But he handled it well. At no point did it. I mean, through outside zone 4, I thought maybe it was all going to be over for him, but he seemed to be able to wrangle that car on really, really well.
Yeah, we see an on-board there of Jason Benet.
I was just going to say, I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't think Correa went with a white driver suit. That's a Benet suit. Yeah, through outside zone 4, this looks really, really good. He's got that outside tire. He's got it all the way on the edge of the track. Unfortunately, gets caught up just a little bit on the inside, and that means the line's off just a bit. So as Ian said, that central line is what they're aiming for. That's where you're going to get the maximum amount of points. But yeah, very, very quick. I think drivers are going to have a tough time chasing that kind of level of speed. It's interesting to go that quick in qualifying too. Normally it's a bit slower, a bit more wheel speed, you know, kind of float the car a little bit more, but Correa's just like, no, let's go full battle mode.
Kill mode.
Yeah.
He's always spoken about a lot of guys.
Hawk in the rear wheel.
Yeah, a lot of guys won't change their setup. You can go 86.7. Diogo Correa drops into third place at the moment as we see a glimpse of
剩下这7条让我没办法专心看比赛。今天是本内好像人气很高，每次看那个 GMS 都会有那个他的始终粉丝在刷里面洗。
BMW G42, 2JZ 900 horsepower, and man, this shows no emotion motion, but absolutely killer inside the car is this man as German now fires down there, almost trying to pick the front wheel up. This car looks so aggressive as German stands on the accelerator right to the edge of the circuit. German fulfilling all of the zones. Perfect qualifying line at the moment. German dials on big angle, down on the inside, up to the right line, across the line. German is on an absolute heater right now.
That is an insane run. German, wow. It's fast, it had a ton of angle, it was all the way out to the edge of the track. This is going to be interesting when it comes to the score. I'm trying not to call it too early on these, but I think this one's going to be up there, if not all the way up there. Yeah, Cherba looks great. He's figured this line out. Like, if you miss part of 4, if you come out early, 5 and 6 are done.
That's certainly off, because it puts you on that wrong line and it kind of leads you away, or if you stay in it too long, you go wide for the inner. If you come out of it too early, you go too deep on the inner. It's such a technical track to get right. Every single move is so hard. Look at that, the car absolutely gripped to the
so angry.
So front of that car is stunning.
They like the nose.
Yeah.
You know, that front upper grille looks like it looks like it's trying to bite
livery,
you. I know.
The white lines on the bonnet hood. Yeah, chef's kiss. and honestly, underneath the bonnet of this car is like brand new.
Yeah, it's immaculate.
So clean. We're waiting for the score to drop in. An 89.5. Judges not liking it as much as me and you, that's for sure. But
still first. Still first for now.
Yeah, still first for now. Drops it into where we wanted to be. Like Marco Zaccaril. Engine change overnight. Dropped a valve. He's sitting ahead of his Volkswagen 4-cylinder 2-litre engine.
捷克小伙
standing on the accelerator, saying this track demands so much power, such hard work on this Volkswagen engine, but it looks effortless at the moment. Zaccaril now down on the inside, back up to the outside zone. Last zone's coming up as he gets out of it nice and early. Very nice lead line there from Zaccaril as he comes across the line.
Yeah, this engine's right on the ragged edge of what's capable here. I feel like, oh, hang on. Hopefully that's just residual smoke from inside. When he went for that initiation, you could almost feel that engine just not quite having enough torque. Like, it's right on the very edge of what the engine's capable of, which is crazy because it's a 2-liter. Like, this is a little 4-banger. That's all that's under the hood there. And he's making the absolute most of it. Great livery, too. Character liveries, I mean, up there for me. Outside of that, though, other than being just slightly underpowered, this is a really, really good run. Could have been a bit deeper through that, but yeah, you get a really good look at this livery here. I always like characters on liveries. I don't know why. Yeah, it's like, if you're gonna do it, just go all out, right? Just go big, do the whole thing. Yep.
There you go, score drops in, an 83.5 for Marco Zaccaril. Very nice first qualifying run there for Zaccaril. Be relieved with that one. A man that we spoke about earlier on, Laurie Heinlein, now sits on the line from Finland on a ESX, that Dodge NASCAR V8 945 horsepower.
我现在在看 看 Dreamsters， 一边让 AI 跑。
Onto the clutch, big power as he fires through outside zone 4. Got the lead line dialed in at the moment as Laurie Heinlein, as he works that angle and used it to slow the car down on outside zone 7. Looks up inner 8 and 9 and across the line.
Let me say he had to baby it. That was not baby it.
Not baby it.
Not even a little bit. I'm happy he made it through. Obviously, there's a big concern because we don't want any more delays in the show.
只剩下7条路到底在
through this, he did
哪
a really, really good job. I would say it's maybe not the most Lowry run that we've ever seen, but it's still going to do quite well. It's all the way out there. Maybe not a ton of angle through every section, but yeah, I think the question now is, like, do you see where you rank and then just go, okay, let's tuck into this new engine immediately, or do you still go, we'll try one more on this engine?
To be honest with you, I don't really know. I mean, at any other round, if you were roughly around an 89-90, I'd say, yeah, you're fine, stay in the show. But there's so much uncertainty at the moment of, is the track going to evolve now? We are approaching 6 p.m. here local time in Madrid. Is the track going to change? Are people going to start ramping up the scores? Depending on what drops in behind them, will he play it safe and leave it there? Score drops in at 87.4. Sorry, 0.5. I did the same thing. There we go back on the right. Jack Shanahan now from Ireland, GT 2026 to Jay-Z, 1,000 horsepower. Shanahan finished 4th last year at this round. Hammers through the gears. Jack Shanahan looking down the track, flicks that car to angle, stands on the throttle. Nice job so far, a little wobble there as he comes to out of 3. On the handbrake nice and early. Shanahan slows that car down, goes a little wide but keeps a hold of it. Shanahan picks up the inner and the outer in quick succession. Very nice line from Shanahan as he puts foot to floor, fires through the final outside zone across the line.
Is this your top qualifying?
I mean, yeah, I don't know with the scores dropping in. I assumed in my own brain without saying it of what I feel this could be, but I don't know. The judges, they're picking up on things that maybe we aren't seeing. Jacob and deducting points where we aren't seeing.
Yeah, I think out of 4, he exceeded that a lot. It's always wow.
So
See how
quick on
fast
the
that was?
downshift.
That was like 3 handbrake pulls, a downshift, and back to a handbrake pull. Sorry, he's a ninja. I think this is going to be the spot.
There's 2 wheels over that white line at that point.
But perfect on the inside clip after. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's right. Like literally, no one else is hitting that, and there's still fresh chalk popping up. I don't know if it's chocolate flour, but either way, whatever powder
We're not
using.
baking cakes.
Okay.
I think it's chalk.
So it is chalk. All right. Flour works great. But yeah, I think, I mean, other than that, the rest of this run is phenomenal. I want to see the ninja hands.
You might have to go back and rewatch the broadcast.
Yeah.
Screenshots.
Did we talk about this last time that he's one of maybe the only drivers still using a pull-up handbrake?
I think he may be the only one.
I think so.
Actively no one. There we go. Score drops in 89.7. Jack Shanahan drops him into first place at the moment, just superseding Benedictus Cherba. We go back on the line. Things are starting to get heavy now. We go Mika Keski-Korpi from Finland, BMW F22 Euro 5 S58 up and on it. 1,007. Very specific. Very specific. He is finished after all. He comes off the line and through the gears. Mika Keski-Korpi flicks that F22 right to angles. He now fires through first, second, and third outside zones. Looking good so far from Keski-Korpi, feeling very confident. A brand new man for 2026, feeling super confident, dialed in and into the zone as he really gets to grips with this new chassis. Hammers on the throttle and across the line.
That's good. I think he seems to be much happier.
So relaxed, isn't it? Like, we turned up on Thursday, his crew in the paddock, having fun, shirts on.
Yes.
I was like, where are we in the world at the moment?
Yeah.
Very nice job on that zone. Slowed the car down perfectly, got on throttle. Look at this, on throttle just as he gets in the zone. That's what the judges want.
Exactly, yeah. The judges, if there's only one spot where you're allowed to decel coming into it, that's going to be, what is it, 7? No, well, you're allowed to decel up into that point.
Yeah.
But in 7, right here,
Decel before and during and
you're allowed
a little bit.
I think they're allowing like 50 centimeters of decel in the zone. It's not a lot, but yeah, he does such a good job. It's like he knows, like, okay, we're in the zone now and back on throttle.
Yeah, exactly. Very good job. Yeah, a completely different mindset from Mika Keski-Korpi in 2026, as we say. We joke about it quite a bit. Back looking good at the first man in the 90s as Mika Keski-Korpi puts a 90.5 on the ball, and rightly so. What a lead line. And the only thing splitting him and Jack Shanahan was he kept 2 wheels in outside zone 4. We go back on the line. Jakub Koszkowski from Poland to a GR86B 58 900 horsepower. Looking cool, calm. Look at that visor down, dialed into the zone. This man, so many accolades under his belt from Dakar.
他拿起了他的涡轮。
Riding bicycles in Dakar, not push bicycles. Just clarifying what was happening there. Yeah, I'm not sure what was happening.
谁是现在一个涡轮？
Jakub Kroll.
有料。
Radio goes, just one last radio check to him, and he's spotted before he leaves the line.
目的地に到着しました。
Not a lot of things that happen on a dial. It's usually kind of like an on-off thing. Something
There he goes. Looks like we are ready to rock and roll. He gets told to look for the green light. As Jakub Koszkowski, Kuba comes off the line, slams through the gears. Look at that, very dialed, very in the moment. The front bumper flexes up onto the front wheel, fires through. Look at this, outside zone 4 on the handbrake, back on throttle. As Koszkowski so clinical and clean as he comes down on the inside of the circuit, back out nice and wide for the outside zone. looking very good from Vysotsky at the moment. Picks up the inner, final outside zone coming up and across the line.
Another solid run.
It's so dialed in the car, this guy.
Yeah, very, very solid run. He's always going to have great runs. Yeah, his line is always really, really good. The angle is always usually okay. I think the only thing that's holding him back is just he wants some more personality out there. Just sling that car and go for some big angle, try for a nasty transition, but it's that just consistent, really good scores all the time.
Yeah, I think he's too controlled to do that wild flare. It's too in the zone, and we mentioned it quite a lot. He's always very
目的地に到着しました。
The lead lines are so trustworthy. You know exactly what he's going to do, when he's going to do it. And I think unfortunately that's sometimes the downfall of Vysotsky in top 1 2 battles, because drivers have worked him out. They're like, we know he's going to be absolutely granted the whole way through. He's not going to play any games. He's not going to be wild angle thrown on unless it's a mistake. And that really, unfortunately, is what I think is stopping him from winning the championship. And look at this, is a
91半途山之力，一定是因为他是战术山的车手。
HGK's very own Nicolas Bertans. Knick-knack.
The talk of practice. Everybody was talking about his runs.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah, they certainly were. Through the gears, carbon Kevlar, BMW United 2. Wow, what a snap to angle from Nicolas Bertans. Looks like he's got that initiation dialed in. This car is hooked up to the nines. Big angle fired on, drops out of the outside zone a little early though. As Bertans now finds the edge of the circuit, flicks it back across, looks for the inner, drops that car down, but doesn't collect it. Final outside zone, gotten across the line.
Just got to stop talking about drivers ahead of time, so I'm jinxing it. But yeah, the big talk was honestly how fast he was, and he was doing, I would say, out of 5 runs, 2 of them he'd have a perfect line with absurd speed, and then every once in a while, well, the rest of them we would get something like this, where he's still very, very quick, he's still really, really aggressive, but he was coming out of the zones a bit early. You can see that through 4. He's about 3/4 of the way through, gets back on throttle, and listen, any HGK car is going to be insanely quick. Yeah.
That wheel locked off the tarmac, unbelievable.
Yeah. These cars are so fast and they make so much power, and I mean the power band on them is gigantic. They're just always making torque, and that's one of the best things about them. The downside with it is, like, if you don't time that launch perfectly, you're going to come out of the zone a bit early or a bit late, and I think that's more or less just what happened here. You got on throttle just a touch too early, through outside zone 4, and it kind of threw him off for the rest of the zones. I don't know if you've seen the intake on this thing, but it looks
crazy.
Looks like
military.
Yeah, it looks like a tank.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
All nuts and bolts holding it together. Big CNC'd aluminium part.
Yeah, like
You're
100
right,
bolts. Yeah, I just love it. Yeah,
said it. Score drops in. It'll be an 85.5 for Nicolas Bertans, the man from Riga. We're visiting his home track in just a few rounds' time. Go on to the line for Kevin Passer from Estonia. BMW M2 G87, M50 turbo, 1,000 horsepower. As he rips off the line through the gears. 3rd step on the podium here last year in Spain. What can he do this year? Can he go 2 steps higher and take that top spot as he flicks that car across the circuit on the handbrake nice and early, adjusts the angle of the car. You can see the front wheels move ever so slightly as Passer now flicks that car in to outside zone 7. Down he goes for Inarray, back up the circuit for 9 and across the line.
Here we go. Yeah, we're into the pointy end of the grid right now, and it's really starting to show with how good these lead lines are becoming. And I think a lot of it is going to be for they're clearly one disaster, because every driver at this point is right on the edge of the track. This is the driver that and then we're pushing the ball stuff. You've got to serve all the way through. Very good. That's a lot of corrections. Finds that angle, locks it. let's go to the edge of the track, not the inside of the track. Yeah, it comes out. He's getting more and more comfortable with this car. Obviously, this is a little bit different than what he was going for originally, but yeah, I mean, same thing, just looking good. Inside clip seems to be the one part that he's more or less struggling with, and it sounds weird to say, but if he threw a bit more angle before that point, he would be able to make it in there.
But then I wonder there, you see the front of the car, you come off about zone 7, the front of the car was skipping. What is the front of the car bouncing like a lowrider across the circuit? And I wonder if that affected the steering and Dwayne couldn't make his way down to collect that inner.
Because it wasn't grabbing to pull it
wasn't,
forward.
it was popping the car up and down. This is how much whip we've got going. We've got 6 now here in Spain. The sun's still shining, still very warm out there on circuit.
It's crazy like that's cameras looking last event, yeah. He's like, where would you like me to go?
Where would you like me to go? Here we go, top 3 of the championship coming up at the moment. Viensek sits on the line in this Toyota A90 Supra 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower. What can he do? So makes his way off the line, big flick across the circuit. Viensek, and it's beautiful at the moment. Viensek now fires in to outside zone 4, stands on the control, fulfills all of outside zone 4, brings the nose of that Supra down into that inner zone. Good transition back from Viensek as he looks for that inner clip. He's got this track worked out 100% and across the line. That is absolutely textbook.
Yeah. Do you expect anything else though?
No.
No. We saw this through practice. We see this anytime he touches the track, basically. He's going to go out, he's going to find that perfect line, and he's going to run it all the way to the end. There's maybe a few spots where he could be 2 to 3 centimeters deeper. But like, look at that. He's literally on the outside. Adds extra angle at the end of the zone, which I really like. Watch this. Right here. Adds in that extra angle, sets him up perfectly for the inside clip. Great line coming in. I do love the way that this track is set up. Normally I think just on all the inside zones, but I think it keeps the momentum going through the track where you're not stalling it at any point in time. Giving us a great job. A little bit of a left foot brake as the car goes over. That's a great example of how to use left foot brake to rotate.
Such a nice drive there into 9. I'm not driving secret about that, but driver's brief for the outside zone. Could they enter the rear wheel in there? The backside of the box mid and then end the correct. Yeah, that's exactly what he said about it. Very tough to make especially for the yes, kind of a unnatural line. Wow, a 93.7 for Viensek. He sets the bar through the roof at the moment. And that's the question to higher. And that was all it was inches higher.
Love you're using the pool right now. There's no reverse on it. You got a tweet from with James Dean all the way through. I mean, this is just perfect mark control. I mean, he's the greatest of all time. Coming to the inside zones, the car is very planted. You can tell he kind of uses every zone to set up for the next one, right? As soon as he's in that zone, he's already looking at where he needs to be through the next part. Again, transitions are very, very clean, very, very smooth. We'll see here as the last one. I like how this race. Yeah, it's just a race. This is going to be a very so early to get in that zone. So
There we go. 97, ladies and gentlemen. A 97.
97前定阿迪亚，
First place in qualifying
太
at the
屌了
moment. That's a masterclass.
yeah, not surprised. What went off on angle, not off on style.
This was earlier on today. Jack Shanahan's car in the paddock with the engine out and a fresh engine being assembled in the background. You could see the team working away. We did manage to get some shots in there just before qualifying went live.
外挂车
Down there
阿
chatting
迪
to
亚
him.
外挂
And
车。
here he is on the line, ready to rock and roll. What an absolute task. What a team that Shanahan has behind him. The man that leads the championship at the moment will be looking at the scores. But right now, Shanahan will just want to get himself in the show. Slams through the gears. The Toyota GTA 6.2 JZ screams. Is it going to be 110%? As Shanahan flicks into outside zone 4. Missed the second practice session. Shanahan middles the car through outside zone 4. It's up the inner back car to outside zone 6. Shanahan on a flyer right now. What can he do? The middle of the star was flawless from Shanahan back up to line and across the line.
It doesn't make sense. It makes absolutely no sense. This engine's got what, an hour? Not even. It's got 30 minutes on it, maybe.
If that.
Yeah. We watched them pour early while we were halfway through qualifying already. The confidence to just go out and do this is the part that makes no sense to me. Like almost any other human being on the planet would have some hesitation. Okay, let's just make sure it's okay. Maybe we just take this run and we kind of scrap it. Just to maybe use it to drive around the course, make sure everything's fine. No, pure confidence in his team goes out, throws down this insane run, fills all the zones, tons of angle, usual Shanahan style. Like, yeah, any other human being would like, okay, we're gonna take it easy. Let's just make sure that things are fine. I'm sure Lloyd, his tuner, is sitting there going like, we didn't even check the oil pressure. Like, what are you doing? That alone, just to go 10 cents around this lap is impressive.
It certainly is impressive. Look at that wild shot. That looks like a RC car.
It does.
Doesn't even look real.
It also shows you the difference between front wheel and rear wheel speed really well. Well, there's not.
Well, there's not there now.
Yeah, that's broken.
Very much. Well, the score is good. Drop in. Conor Shanahan, where will he be? Or they call it one and done. The score drops in at 86.2. I'm pretty sure that Shanahan won't get that myself. He'll want to go back and get another bite at the apple of that one. As we get ready to almost kick off the second round of qualifying. This is Alex down the moment. James Dean takes a top spot, but Jacob walks through it.
Yeah, I mean, Piotr right behind him, Kuba Fruskansky behind that, Mika Kaspikowski, Kevin Basura, and you can see everybody else starting to find it. Mid to high 80s are really, really tough. I mean, some pretty close runs there. Very high in these. As we start to move down, it's going to be 80s or where it's going to be. So there's a lot to talk about here. It's a pretty tough.
Before we get into this, I want to talk to David. David, we see a lot of low scores leading up to this, with only a few high in the 90s. Where are drivers getting it wrong before they get out for the second run of qualifying?
This track is very long. It is very easy to make a big mistake, and the mistakes are just adding up. So there's no crucial part where you are missing the points. Yes, for sure, the place around the zone 4 that is very crucial. We saw cars flying out, so it looks like to stay in that zone nicely throughout the whole zone is very difficult. And then the crucial part is also the last part of the track, coming into the last corner, make the braking correctly, going smoothly to the finish line.
Thank you, David. Just wanted to get that cleared up. I was just wondering in my mind, I'm seeing the scores a little lower. I'm wondering what's going on. And then we see the big scores, and I'm like, we see the big scores. We know why they're big. Why are the other ones so low? Well, there we go. We found out. We go back on the line to Adrian Cabanales. From right here in Spain, BMW 82 2 Series, a young man, 17 years of age. What can he do? The scores have been set, the bar has been raised, and what can this man do? 36th at the moment in qualifying. You see a lot of guys out of the show now. Drops out of outside zone 4, Jacob, but that's not where you want to be. You need to move on 4 on that perfect qualifying line. Fires in to the final inner and the final outer and across the line. I don't think it's going to improve. I think that's going to be the last we see of this young man this weekend. But I'll tell you what, who you're on in, whatever the name, because I'm sure he's going to be back in drop masters.
Yeah, at 17, he's got a lot of room to still grow. I think it's I think some of the fears were gone on this run. Just unfortunately not able to get all the way up to 4. This run not looking too bad, but it is a big section of track to lose your points on. So not going to be
we just heard David Francis say that is the zone. Yeah, that's outside zone 4. That line is crucial.
Yeah, I agree. It really does set you up for the line. It's kind of like a super high speed before you get the floor, and then it's like go on everything else out.
I'll never get bored of these slow motion.
We have 2 cameras now.
Score drops in at 64.2. Is a slight improvement, and he won't stay on the show, unfortunately. He loses the win in Spain. But so great to have him on the grid this weekend.
不可能抓第几好像是表。
To Joe Vieira from Portugal, 64. Then in the Reform 60, JZ Radio needs to be the half at the moment. Top 32 is a 74.5. So we're looking for around 80, I'd say, to keep himself safely in the show as he fires down. It was shallow on outside zone 3, a big handbrake drag before, and again another driver just creeping with that rear wheel on the right line outside zone 4. He flicks the car to outside zone 7. Now this is the fluid part of the circuit that David Collapse was talking about. It nails that car very across the line.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be enough. I'm not sure if he thinks it is. A little bit of a head shake there coming across for that young Portuguese driver. I mean, 21 as well. Let's take a moment here and realize we saw 17-year-old, 21-year-old. But he gets a little bit shallow through outside zone 4. He's collecting the inners pretty well. But that's such a tough spot. You got to remember, you're 160 kilometers an hour. Yeah. And they go, hey, we want you on the edge of the track, but do not touch the gravel. Don't touch it. No, don't touch it. That's not what you want to be doing. Because, I mean, the difference between a perfect outside zone 4 and disaster is what? 5 centimeters? That's it. Yeah. It's actually that.
As we say, to keep yourself safe, you're going to be looking around at 80. A man that is in the show, but just about, is this man, Raman Kandrastenka from Portugal. Mercedes AMG GT. 2JZ, I believe you want it, 1,000 horsepower. Such an incredible machine. Look at the flick. I'm in love with the flick initiation as he stands on the accelerator. Right down to outside zone 4, goes a little wide, keeps a hold of it though. Very nice entry into outside zone 4. As he now looks to pick up inner and outer zones around the circuit. Fires up to outside zone 7. Down into 8, just about called it. Nice line through 9 and across the line.
I think that might be enough to bump up that score. I really do. That 77, I mean, it's a great way to open things up, but I have a feeling he's gone pretty aggressive on this run. Should be able to bring everything. Once again, remember, this thing has, it's 90 degrees to go to lock. That's it. There's no real other road going good. It's very, very well. I mean,
such a different chassis to see. Of course, they are extremely expensive.
Yeah, not in my wheelhouse, that's for sure.
No, that's for sure. Score drops in at 86.7, definitely moves himself right up the order. And yeah, I like that one. He was very fluid. In the rapid flow, really nice for him. So he looked awkward to drive, that's for sure. So I think to show you that right before Durango, Spain, it's still staying RTR.
Apparently sitting on a goose egg, so he's going to need to get a score on board for this one. That's a lot of pressure.
So he is just stopping right into outside sunset. Through the gears, that VR screen, just mix into initiation. We get a pep talk from the man James Dean down there, that RTR cap in the paddock, looking real cool, collected. Just about done, there's an outside zone 4 that keeps us together, looks for the zones. He just wants to get himself a score on the ball, but it has to be a high one now as he makes the dogs on fire on outside zone and across the line.
It's struggling a little bit on the earlier part of this track. Most of the drivers are kind of having some problems a bit later on, but right it was zone 3 where things didn't quite go well. So off the get-go, he's got that tire spin right away. Man, that thing is snappy. Even Cameron, if he touched the left area, I thought I saw him to see it from the tire. But yeah, 3 is where things don't go super great. But it's got all the back wheels. Listen, the Mustang RTR spec DM. This is a DM spec as well. They're very difficult cars to drive, but incredibly rewarding once you get it figured out. Very dynamic with suspension setup. It's a lot to handle. But if you can unlock it, if you can get things completely, under control for you, it's going to reward you every time.
Harry Kerr on the drop zone with a 76, knocks out in the fastest sound. Tyre squealing as he hammers off the line and through the gears. A bit of that as that car to the edge of the circuit, a little shallow on outside. So front wheel picking up his car. To the lines this time, misses outside zone 3. UX4 drops off nose down and the front wheel down into 5, and now starts to work the ground down. Just past a tricky bit of the circuit. Final outside zone coming, collects it across the line.
I was wondering off the launch how the rear alignment looks. The way it sounds weird. The way it was squawking tires didn't seem like it was a burnout. It seemed more like maybe the car was moving. You know what I mean? It's in the way that the handles were being resolved. More or less, because it just didn't look settled. Even coming through this zone, it gets those angles, they're on a complier. So maybe I'm reading into it a bit much, but I have a feeling that they got everything replaced. But it just feels like this car is not in a great spot.
Yeah, I would say 110%. Now, I'd say that wheel shaking as well after that 360 on 2 wheels in the ground track. Looks like the car is a little bit constantly getting that front wheel off the top. Yeah, most of the circuit. So they didn't even want to drip up into this corner. That was the issue with the first one. Now the car's over to 74, drops into the wheel, flips off into the big show.
目的地に到着しました。
Round 2 of Drift Masters, we go back on the line. We won't see Timur Lipski. Unfortunately, that engine failure was the end of his weekend. We drop in to Alan Hines with a 5.2 on that first run. He's currently sitting 20th. So he's got himself into the show. I'd say pretty comfortable at the moment. We'll see how things pan out over the rest of the qualifying. Big flick to angle for Alan Hines just to come out instantly. Though the car whipped up, catches a load of understeer there. As Hines now back in outside zone 4. Stands on the accelerator, drops the nose down for that inner. He goes very wide. It's going to be a snappy transition to A, and he gets it done. Final outside zone across the line for Alan Hines.
Maybe not off his first run, but in general, he feels like he's pulled a bunch of grip. Yeah, it's super floaty. It wants to go out, wants to hang out nice and wide. Yeah, I mean, it looked like a bit more of a fun run through there. That is an absurd amount of understeer through there. So great job in correcting that, because it would have got very sideways very quick. Even coming through 4th, wants to step out, looks really good. He's still quick. It's not like the car's slow. nice and floats out all the way. So yeah, I like it. I really like getting a car set up this way when you're going into qualifying. Throwing a bunch of wheel speed, put out a ton of smoke. Like look, he's barely smoke off the back of it. Make it easy, get the angle. It's all the way back through there. I'm super happy with the judges being not sure. Not my department, but we'll find out here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they see that obviously got some points off of it. It
Fluidity.
did affect the car, yeah.
Yeah, I would say fluidity, it's for sure. If that happened in a head-to-head competition, it would be a little bit different, but Chase tried to do it. Yeah, I would say what do you want from PR? Yeah, I would do that for sure. But we'll see what the score looks like.
Unless the score of
by what the driver looks like either while it's happening or immediately afterwards. But yeah, I don't think really got into this, smoke the light off. Got a ton of handbrake through there. Goes down, grabs the handbrake again. Yeah, just not getting this
seems like he's not sure what the front of the car is going to do as it goes over that crest. And it is a crest there. Like we say, we looked to yesterday. The track lines change.
Yeah, right.
Just adjust to steer it ever so slightly as Kareem Harney now washes the back end towards outside zone. Good transition back. Looks like this part of circuit flows nicely for him as Kareem Harney up deep across the line.
Yeah, big question is going to be is that a better run than his previous one, or is it going to be better than the previous one after seeing the exact same score?
Yeah.
77.7. So that's going to be where the big question comes in. Same thing, just not feeling comfortable inside this car. Maybe not having the same front end washout issues that we saw with Ender's run, but just doesn't feel like it committed, staying in it, going all the way through it. Even as he goes through the transition for stick, right? It's like, okay, we're going to have a bit of angle, we're going to stay there. We're going to have a bit of angle, then we'll stay there. So some of it's going to be a confidence thing. I mean, it's not like they've got a massive vehicle. It takes time. It's not like you're out driving this track all the time.
outside zone 4 a little early. Now starts to find himself back on that qualifying line. Nice and early. Outside zone 7. And across the line.
Yeah, obviously significantly better than the zeros. Able to get to that run. Not sure what happened first in the car. It seemed like it was just very, very gripped up, like to an absurd level. Just getting some crazy replays going on. Like, hey, let's go freestyle on this. But yeah, through this part of the run, way more comfortable. It's just unfortunate to the second qualifying run for that to happen. Does come out of 4. Just barely catches it though. She still keeps one wheel in that zone all the way through. What the judges might be looking for, but either way, it is a yes,
It's a 77 dead. Yeah. Dorinko sits on the drop zone. Just outside. 76.5. Won't be enough to get himself into the big show tomorrow. Unfortunately, we lose him again in qualifying. Sharenko just having a tough start to the year so far here at Drift Masters as he it's on the line. 83.5 on that first run. Nice off the tyres and such a cool looking car. We're talking about that big flip. It's a wheel over the edge of the circuit. Great from EXY as he now works himself into the groove of that super wide line. He's too wide. Fires it in into the gravel as each line. Going back to his rally roots. So I'm being told by the judges it looked like it debeated the tyre on initiation. So as he dropped a wheel, yeah, seeing the judges replay.
I think it did it before he went on track. Like it's like he initiated it and it went off. So we'll see if we can get a replay on initiation. Yeah, the team guys are killing it. So they are running some pretty low time. Oh, it was here. It's off. Oh, right there.
Debeated it outside zone. Outside zone 3 is where he debeated.
Thinking back to the points, how much I was going this way. Didn't have that so, yeah, it was just how much stress low.
目的地に到着しました。
Yeah, exactly that. There's nothing he could do. He couldn't slow that car down quick enough.
Wow.
As we see,
He
Neves
can-
there in the gravel, waiting to
哦，
be
就是
rescued.
就是人家的车又长。
So this one's not about it's the drift car version of it.
Throw the front CV back in it. Let's go off-roading. There we go, the front bumper being locked away. Listen, he's a shark. He's like, let's give these people what they want. Let's get this thing out of here. It's fine. We can fix it. Let's just come back here. So they're trying to tell him.
So currently it sits in 22nd position.
Okay.
So let's see. Yeah, looks like we're going to drag him out.
There it is. There we go. Little tow vehicle's got some strength on it. It's got the beans. It's got the beans. Do we Bean Street Pilkington?
Schoolhouse on all that is schoolhouse. Really changed the conversation.
Okay.
Only with a 4-week breakfast.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
they're trying to cool off the beans.
Trying to blow all the gravel out before they turn the circuit. Yeah, you see that rear tyre completely debeated and he's able to drive turn it back. So yeah, 22nd place at the moment. I think might be safe.
Yeah, who do we have right now that's still there? So 27.
So yeah, it's occur.
There's a few. There's a few.
So we're going to have a look back at this first corner and see.
Oh no, you don't do that. Don't do that. I know, but still.
Let's take a look down in that corner. Let's see. The Red Bull guys have got a little bit of a compilation.
Oh, okay.
So this is a lot of the guys getting it wrong in this first corner. It's easy to see why. Look, we were wide on that bit circuit that judges spoke about in the briefing. Go too wide, you're going to go over to the gravel. We mentioned those tough holdings, those branding sheets down there to try and encapsulate some of the gravel, stop it from being fired. Takes it off. He's yet to come back up for his second qualifying run, but he does sit at a 0 at the moment. I think Clint Van Ort as well, another driver that got it wrong. It looked like he was on absolute dial on that one, crashed massively off the circuit. And that was after the oils were around, so I don't know, we didn't get confirmation from anyone yet to find out if that was in fact what had happened down there, if that made that slip. But then saying that we see drivers go through, throw down some good runs.
Alan Hines went out right afterwards and made a better run at the two. So, I mean, it's as a theory. I was checking to see if maybe like there's some quick platforms or what it was, but I guess we'll find out.
Let's find out, because Becky's down there on track with Clint Van Ort, who threw that car into the gravel. Becky, we want to know, is the track slippery or is it fine?
Madison wrapped it for just a quick second. Clint, your face said it all when you came back into the paddock here. Sitting on a 0 after your first qualifying run. That's a place with no driver experience.
It's disappointing, and on the other hand, you know, it gives me a big hype to go for, I would say, a big score, but I need to do a safe one. But sad because we were feeling really confident in practice, and I was going for a big one, but just too much pressure there.
Seeing quite a lot of drivers, as soon as they put two wheels over the last white line, that it just is like ice out there. Is that what happened for you, or can you give us a little bit more insight?
I was being a little bit faster than I normally do, but it took me line for four. When you're there at third, it's super slippery. You get blue cars, it's
Right, Clint, your second run, one on the mentions again in the show. It's a big one.
So there we go. Not only is the blue car super slippery, the curve leading into fourth, where everyone's getting a wheel on it, it's like glass. So the countdown clock is on, and it's going to go to 0, and that will be Ite Sadat. So Ite Sadat won't make it to the line. We move forward to the next driver, Timo Super, who only sits on a 77. So that, the guy that finished second step on the podium in 25, out of the competition. So we won't see him back to the podium for this year. Big upset down there in Ite Sadat's camp. Unfortunately, 2 rounds now that knocked out in qualifying. Work to be done now. Ite Sadat and the team to try and get ahead of that this. We see Timo Silva in the car. 31st place at the moment in qualifying. How can we do the second round as it comes off to that? Rallying and everything in between. Guys in this BMW. Standing scenario, Super now. Gets a car across the circuit, gets on that curve. The super slippery that Clint said about. And there it goes. You can see how sketchy it is as soon as the rear wheel's up on that curve. It's like glass. Gets himself around in a nervous one. Timo Super right outside, unconnected and across the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little creepy there. Clint telling us all about that section. And we see Timo Asuna getting very, very close to pinning it down now. He kept his foot in it the whole way. I think it was one of those, like, if I'm going off, I'm making sure I'm putting a show on for it.
Yeah, here in the same time, I said he lost the power steering, but the water and both into the moment of the
Yeah, that's the worst too, especially having that 0 on the first one. I think things on Timo Asuna outside of just going really, really wide through the outside zone 4. Looked pretty sorted through the rest of this track. I just can't believe that he was able to hang on to it. I mean, it's a very, very tough spot to be able to do something like that, but he was able to, thankfully. And hopefully he's able to sitting on a 77 as well, rather than double. Right now, I think he's going to be just a touch higher, either way, 31st. So
track. And you can see, look at this, as you see into the second back to the paddock. Such a shame that young engineer was going to come down. Talking to Piscoli, he is on the line. And that finally was Piscoli from Hungary. Gio 96 to JZ. Singing. It's Piscoli now. Big flip to initiation. Lights the tyres off. Wobble there as he makes his way to outside zone 3 into it on the pole nice and early now. Once again, going into the leaders. Piscoli looking to improve massively on his score. Very nice line there through outside zone 7. Across the line and shallow on 9 though.
Yeah, third with disaster again. These drivers are really trying to pick up the points. I'm wondering if they listened to that David Klaas interview and went, okay, 4. That's where you need to pick up the points. The downside with it is if you go over, the points loss is pretty heavy. For almost all of these zones, if you just go out of the zone, you lose 1 point on that section of the line. If you get all the way out of the zone, you lose 6. Interesting setup with those wheel risk.
Yeah, it certainly does.
It's a beautiful build-out on that, but yeah, I mean, that is right there. That is so close. Unfortunately, when that car finds grip coming off it, shoots it forward, it's really slippery. So you're trying to find grip in it, as soon as you come off of it, it's going to shoot you forward. So
yeah, I can see that from the drone shot. Avery does miss that inside zone 8. So, missed it wide. Down is nervously waiting now.
Yeah,
there's a few guys sitting outside of that zone coming up that could take them out of competition. Score is going to drop in for Kevin Piscoli at 78.2.
Wow.
Mirror image score, so he stays where he is in 28th. It's going to be a very nervous afternoon for Kevin Piscoli as we go back on the line to Dave Egan, 67.7, 37 for the moment. He needs to improve with that big crash. This bump towards the camera, thumbs up to Marcin on the start line. To Jay-Z, 925 horsepower. Flicks a car in. Very nice line so far as he goes for outside zone 3. Transitions that car across the circuit, back on 4. Good line into outside zone 4. Doesn't make the same mistake again as Egan now starts to connect the dots. Looking very good, double connected. Good line from Egan as he pushes it to the final outside zone across the line.
This is the run that Egan's been looking for a year now.
Yeah, exactly.
Really, like, you know, you got to remember, he came out, he's a full year in now as well.
1 year. 1 year.
Yeah, 1 year. Last year was rough, and you kind of expected it to be rough, but there was a lot of improvement all the way through the season, and I think this right now is a combination of everything that has happened between him developing as a driver, really developing, pretty much everything. Dave just getting his head straight and focusing in on driving. And, you know, he'll be the first to tell you he's got a lot of distractions. This feels like he's finally locked in, as the kids are saying. Yeah, he's just a little bit of a good saying, I guess. I could say a lot of things that I don't understand, but locked in is one thing. But he's done a really good job through this run. The line is super solid. There's good angle. I feel like you need to be so comfortable with your line and your angle to really show the style flair.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the next step. It's like, hey, you've got the line down now. Let's see some even flair.
There we go, an 82.5 drops in a big improvement for Egan, puts him in 24th position, and so he's pretty safe at the moment for a place in the show tomorrow. Back on the line to a man that sits with a 0, Clint Van Orff. On the line to Jay-Z powered Nissan 200SX S14A, all the way from the Netherlands, builds the boost, comes off the line, jumps the start, that's Clint Van Orff flicks that car to an angle, a little wobble there as he goes for outside zone 3. The tailgate pops open, snaps back down again. It's Clint Van Orff now looking way more comfortable. We see a flare from the Dutchman as he flicks it across the circuit onto the handbrake, back on the roll as Clint Van Orff looks for the final outside zone, and that is the Clint Van Orff.
I think that's exactly what I was going to say. There it is.
Van Oor has absolutely nails it. Really good angle and style score. And with a back line to Q1 to that side. 86.7. 17th position at the moment for the Finn driver. Slap that car into the line. TJZ BMW 2. Very fast initiation. But U-Haul as he now gets on the floor, flicks the car from the outside, tips down as he breaks into outside zone 4. Now back off for a big clutch kick as he comes out there, a little wide there on outside zone 6. Drops down, looks for the find outside zone, across the line. Good job from the Finnish driver.
He's sitting in a good spot, so I'm going to say he's going to be a lot of fun for me too. Yeah, he's very quick. One of the quickest drivers right now, but not looking like it's not like he's not that level of car. He's not trying to go in and forcing anything at any one time. Look at how committed he is to it all the way through. Holds the same angle the entire time. He just floats it in and down the camera on the track and then climbs back up towards the next side. He's absolutely. They've struggled with some painful stuff on the last little bit. But yeah, put the laps on. It's all coming together for him. He deserves it. He really does. He certainly does.
He has been drifting in and around Finland and across Europe for a number of years. A very, very talented driver and a man that has seen and done it all, Jacob, we like to say. And just looking for a little turn of fortune, a little step on the podium would really boost his confidence this season. I mean, see U-Haul, look at that in the car, wheeling the wheel. That's a brilliant shot there from our slow-mo camera down there from Red Bull TV.
To give people an idea, he is the 2017 European champion. Yeah. To give you an idea.
Oh, look at this. Second run not as nice as the first. Judges not liking it. Stays where he is in 17th position. We go back on the line to another driver from Finland. It will be Jarkko Jula in the beautiful
安全な場所で U ターンしてください。
100. And this is Saga. This is it's the dry sump belt.
Oh.
That's the dry sump belt off of the engine. So if you're unfamiliar of what that is the external oil pump belt on the engine that snapped in the burnout box, we're being told. So that is why he had to abort the run. No fixing the car. Once you enter the burnout box, 2 minutes to get to the line. That would have run out real quick. Jarkko Jula, 2 JZ 900 horsepower, JZX 100 comes off the line from Finland. Rookie season, out of the way. The flick didn't go his way though, as he now, the grip dialed in, picked up the front wheel as Jarkko Jula stands on the accelerator. This looks a little scrappy from the Finnish driver as Jula now flicks the car again. The front end dips down. You can see it's very uncertain. Final outside zone collected and across the line.
Yeah, this is a car with much more forward drive in it now. And it can give you a bit of it looks like he's smiling.
He's smiling. I wonder if they turned it up to do like a wild run. It just didn't go their way.
Yeah, because when he got it to flick around, it did a really good job. But, I mean, when he went for that initiation, I won't see it here. He tried, yeah, and it just didn't want to go.
No.
Yeah, he's still chopping at the wheel there to try and get it to go. He gets the gear change done much earlier than most drivers, huh?
Yeah, so a lot of drivers opt in to do the downshift to third before that zone.
Okay.
And then a lot of drivers opting to do it after outside zone 4.
Yeah.
Which is weird because they'll shift down before 4 and then get on the handbrake, or they'll come off the handbrake, let the car float in 4, downshift, then back on throttle. People are doing it in different areas,
well, I think
which is interesting to listen to in the paddock earlier on.
Yeah, I think it depends on what you want through 4. Like if you want that extra wheel speed, then go for it, because you're going to have less grip through there.
Yeah, look, not as good. 65.2, and it was a little, I'd say, unpredictable, Jacob.
I think so. Well, if you were chasing that, you would definitely be throwing your hands in the air.
For sure. There we go, man. That's outside top 32. George Christoforou, a 67.5 on the board for him. As the light goes green, Christoforou from Cyprus, BMW 1 Series, 1100 horsepower, S50 turbo. Powers his way around, big, slight catch of understeer there. Looked like the car never had the gearing in it or the power to push him out to outside zone 3. This car looks like it's suffering with power as he stands on the accelerator now, flicks the car across the circuit. Back on the throttle once again. Yeah, there's a problem with that car.
Yeah, that definitely feels like down on power. You just hope that he wasn't sweating horsepower all around the track.
Is that what we're leaking horsepower?
Yeah, leaking horsepower.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, eh?
It's the most polite way to put it. Yeah, not much else to be said other than that car is definitely down on horsepower. As you can tell, as he's ripping around the track, it's just not really able to light up the tires at any point in time. He's fighting for it. So it's tough. It's tough. But that's unfortunately going to be his weekend.
Just watching the replay there on outside zone 4, you could see the smoke coming from. I wonder if that's a clutch issue. Because it looked like smoke coming from the front, just behind the front wheels. That would signal a clutch issue. We go back on the line from a man from Norway, Espen Road, 89.2. Very good first qualifying. Dropped him way up into the order into first place. Now sitting in 9th. I'd say it's very safe. That BMW M50 turbo underneath the bonnet, 700 horsepower. As I say, a lot of work done by the team overnight to get that car 100%. They were looking very refreshed earlier this morning. Ice cream for a good Norwegian driver. Look at that focus from Espen Road. Takes that car around, a little patch of understeer, but keeps hold of it. Espen Road now thinks it to front end down and then out towards the outside zone. Very nice line from Espen Road on the throttle. Oh, again, bit of understeer, has to left foot brake. Job done across the line though.
Memory on you. Espen Road. Bit more of a scrappy run, if I can use your term.
Yeah,
here.
you can. Yeah,
bit more of a scrappy run. He's man, he is fighting in that car. He is locked in. Look at those eyes, man. Oh, they could take wallpaper off. He's just not able to really put it together. I think maybe we're starting to drop a little bit of temp now.
Yeah.
I think it was a bit greasier earlier on, especially because you would see those slow motions on the feet guys coming off the track. Right now, it feels like everybody is finding a lot more grip than maybe what they're expecting. You can see through there that you wanted that team around.
Yeah, I was talking about this yesterday, last night, to see Spotter on the outside watching the final one. Yeah, even the Spotter knows. Well, give him the grimace.
If there's anybody who's going to hold
it's just Spotter. Yeah, and he's right at 75.5 drops in. We kind of all spied that one. But we're thinking about track. Court level is changing last night. A few drivers, and they said that usually got broken off as the sun went down. Spain gets looser as the sun gets down.
Interesting.
Okay. Got a Falvey now off the line. This time Sylvia S15 2JZ, 1,050 horsepower. Looking for a nice fast run. Wow, big snap to angle from Falvey. He's pushing well wide. Wheel over the edge of the second. Snappy transition. Falvey on the throttle. This is wild from the young man from Ireland in this carbon Kevlar S15. Drift Games on the door as he flicks it up into the outside zone. Falvey on throttle. Whoa! What did he have for lunch?
Oh man, the confidence you've got when you're sitting in a good spot and call. You see him right now. For him, that's a great spot. Yeah, I mean, you're in the top 16. Let's go and save lunches. Absolutely. That's what he did. It was crazy. Look at this. That's angle because he knows he's going off track. So he's got to scrub some speed, but then snaps over immediately, then plants it right near the edge of the track. Not quite on the very ragged edge there, but does a great job through there. Might get docked a point or two. Whatever. Who cares? Making up for it on style. And yeah, that was just a fun run. That's one of those where you go, hey,
watch this.
Yeah. My tires have got one lap left. I'm just gonna go make sure these are done before we put the car in the trailer. That's what that lap is.
That's a really good fun run. That was a risk run there. Judges make of that one as the scores now start to be input into the system. A lot of Falvey's out there just having fun. I think that whole mindset round one, the pressure. I think he shook it off and said, what am I doing? Like, I don't need to be having this pressure. We need to go out there and just do what we do. And good to see him back, refreshed. And look at him looking outside window. An 88.7, it was a slight improvement, but still consistent drive there from Conor Falvey. And we always say a consistent driver is a dangerous driver to get into certainly is back on the line. Habari, that Kevlar 400Z, very chilled, heads nods up and down, the man from El Salvador, and then 5.7 on the board, sits just underneath the shaft at the moment. What he do is he snaps through the gears, as that car up to 100. It's very fast again, look at that, right to the edge of the circuit. That's out of the line, perfectly into outside zone corners. Very technical, good weather in outside zone corner. They get some sort of back But nearly didn't make it. The on-board caught him out there.
Yeah.
Did him dirty.
He was pretty pumped at the end of that. Yeah. No, that's a great
He's
run.
so happy.
Yeah, I would be. I'd be happy just to try and get one of these cars off the trailer, let alone do something like that. Phenomenal run here. Great commitment all the way through. When he puts it into 4, gets on the throttle. He's got to catch that brake to hold it in the correct spot. Within that zone does a really good job. And then he's got to lock it. Swings a bunch of speed there, but as it's moving right through 5, here you go. You can see what that's like inside the car. So often to drop that gear in 4. I wonder if it's like a sequential thing versus the ball box.
And as well, I think the pressure off for Hobart, 6 to 18, he knows he's in the show for tomorrow. He's feeling confident and confident sitting on the board. I think that these drivers really know that they're in the show, they feel confident, they just put it all out there.
Yeah, you can take risks, because sometimes that risk pays off. You can have this insane qualifying score that you never thought was even possible. So it does.
Like a hot potato inside the cabin. Yeah. Look at this though. To see this back the steering wheel, the road onto the car, the road onto me, making it around. See where he takes over that run. It's a 90.2. Nassau Harbali pulls himself into the top 5, sits right underneath Mika Keski-Korpi. What a run for Nassau Harbali as we go back on the line. And, the next 2 drivers coming up are the only 2 drivers now that can make the top 32. So Green Money and Emma Haskasab now nervously await to see if these guys can score above a 77.7. Jakob Kroll from Poland has 14.95 through the circuit. Good run at the moment. This is way more Jakob Kroll calculated through loads of love in qualifying. It's a beautiful from Jakob Kroll at the moment. Very fluid as he fires it to 5 outside zone and across the line.
Smooth like peanut butter. It's silky. Yeah, very silky all the way through. Yeah, it was pretty bad. I mean, he wasn't in a great spot. No, it didn't let it get to him either. Because it's very easy in that position to sit there and be like, okay, not doing it, I got to throw something crazy. Instead, it was just the run that we know from Jakob Kroll, which I mean is qualifying speech for itself. Just qualifying, because it's a crap of the things. This did not seem panic, this did not seem desperate. This was just go down, run by run, leading out a ton of angle. Like we've seen drivers that absolutely love to do this. Well, he just goes through and goes, yeah, everything's in the box. Good amount of angle.
Yeah, exactly. I think the fluidity is the key at this track. If you're on that line, the track's always so rusty, you can make the car, float out to those zones. And I wonder if those teams have a little bit of drop out. 87.5 drops in its 15th position. Knocks out Emma Haskasab out of qualifying. Green Harmony now 6 on the drop zone. And a 77.7. And look at that, close spotter down there. Big fist bump. He says, yep, job done. We're into the show tomorrow. We go back on the with 2JZ still at 900 horsepower as he lays down now, goes nice and wide, a little shallow on the angle, but dials it right back across the circuit on the handbrake, back on throttle again, drops a wheel over onto the curbing, but keeps a hold of it as Harry Curvin looks for the final 2 outside zones, and the last inner goes a little wide once again as Harry Curvin
is going to be interesting. This is going to be really, really interesting. So what is going to be the 77.7 is the world right now. That's going to be tough. 76.5 is this better than that first one? There's a lot of really good points to this. Let's go over a bit now. If you're just a touch over, you're losing 1 point, which isn't a bad spot to be in. You can see leading into this point.
He needs a 77.8 to be in the show. Right, take out. So we're seeing how this falls. You have very few mistakes with him. Messi in his own pace. Just wants to show that he's not fluid. Judges drop in any moment now. Look at that shot. Absolutely beautiful. Score drops in. An 85.2. Gets himself into the show. And Harry Gowley smiling his profile picture. He's smiling with the hat this afternoon. For sure. And we're back on the line. It's Bossett. He comes to 6:31st. And I do believe I'm being told that he's at top 32 second. And what is where these guys qualify in what order? The show. Across the circuit. Jay-Z absolutely on the limit and holding on. Sponsored actually working the right line. Photo four drops a nose down towards the hole. And this is clean for David Sponsored, the Irishman, running very well right now to Jay-Z singing the different one. That's Silver across the line.
He's got a good grip now because you can hear it popping off. I won't do an impression. You don't want to hear that. But he's still making a ton of grip through there. So it's a very interesting setup choice. It doesn't give you a lot of headroom if you need to add in more wheel speed. So he's banging off the rev limiter. He's not making a ton of smoke. That'll tell you there's not a lot of difference between the front wheel and the rear wheel speed. So that's basically as much grip as you're going to get while staying sideways. But it does a good job. It almost kind of works like some, I wouldn't say traction control, but it makes sure you don't overspin the wheels. So you're not slowing the car down, really. I know it's a weird concept to get around, but Spasa going for that interesting car setup choice, but it does look good on him. He's able to get through every other part of the run. You kind of sacrifice a little bit in the first part of that run by doing that, but it does make it a little bit easier later on. So yeah, just got to find the right setup that's right for you. For Spasa, that seemed pretty right.
Yeah, certainly so. And Spasa will want to move himself up the order. Currently sits 31st. He won't want to be battling as it sits right now. Viensek.
Yeah,
his
right.
first battle, his fellow Polishman. He won't want to be battling him on his first battle. Well, we go, a 90 drops onto the board, and he certainly won't be battling Viensek because he's got himself right the order into second flicks that M50 Turbo BMW E46 to angle. It's a nice line at the moment. Big aggressive flick across the circuit as Randalou, the Estonian, stands on the throttle, looks for that inner zone, perfectly collects it. Randalou, last transition, done and dusted, but can he pick up the inner? He certainly can. Lost outside zone, across the line.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an improvement. I do think this is going to bump up that score. He was on an 80.7 last one.
Yeah, the Randalou family down there. They hear what this weekend. And do believe that was his father.
I was going to say same dad. As a father, I would also be very, very proud of that run. Yeah, this is great. He had to kind of clean up his act on that previous run. Does a good job. He gets on that left brake so slow. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to get that car rotating around without grabbing the handbrake. Grab the handbrake, there's a good chance you're going to shoot off the track. Yeah, so I like that decision. You don't know what they're doing. Take a lot of the finish. But either way, reaction to make a little bit inside through there because we're nitpicking just a bit, especially if you're going to want to bump up over an 80.7. But another driver opting to use a lot more left foot brake than their handbrake. Seen that quite a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of different techniques being thrown into the package. It's so good to see the on-balls and see how they deal with it. We'll wait for the score to drop in. 2. He pushes Spossum down and replaces him in 6th place. And it's an incredible score there for Oliver Andlew. And look what it means to his family. Absolutely ecstatic.
That guy loves it.
That guy really loves it. Looks like he's quite much drifting, but I'm not sure that much. We go back to Simon Olsen. He now sits in 31st place. It's a revolving chair. The revolving chair. The second place qualifier. What can Olsen do in the James Deanville S40? 2JZ. Simon Olsen throws some aggression at it. Right into the car. Stands on the accelerator. Simon Olsen starts to rebound forward. He gets control. Right side though. From 6 as he finds 7. Down he goes into 8. This is beautiful from Simon Olsen.
The question will be now, can he beat an
Will he go into 6th place?
Well, he takes 6th place. If he does, I'm going to have a word with what this says to me, though, is that 2-run qualifying is the best run of qualifying, right? First run is great. What do you got?
I'll just show you something on my screen.
Yeah, you
I'm looking at my screen. I'm not going to give away anything at the moment, but the way things are sitting, it's going to get interesting. 92 on the board for Simon Olsen. He jumps into 3rd place, and that is a good result. That's what we've been waiting for the region. Yes, he is absolutely on it this weekend. Robo Correa drops down in 12th place at the moment, and he'll be very happy to see himself into the show. Pull that handbrake, Jacob. But
Okay, one more. Put it on the
as
list.
he slams through the gears and off the line. Mercedes M104 powered BMW flies through outside zone 3. Good flight across the circle. Down into the inside impact. Nice and wide. The Portuguese driver really trying to throw some style with this one. It's a very nice last half the run across the line.
Everybody stepping up on this second run. Just across the board. That's who's fan. That is bad. Oh, you know, identified you. Yeah, Correa, man, just stepping up again. So he's sitting in 20th right now, 86.7. It's going to be interesting. I don't know again. I thought I knew. I thought you knew a lot about drifting. Every time we have these events, I feel like I know less and less.
Let's have a look at this one. Look, if Correa stays in 4 in the whole way through.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and nip him there. So I'm going to need to go on the inside one.
Looks great.
The rest of the run was really fluid. He kind of like in a 6. He was like just slightly on the line. Really tightened it up. I like the line he took from in a 8 to 9. Really clean. Look at this even this track. Look at the angle he pulls out. 5 more out of it. There's a little in as well there.
There's a couple of spots here and there, but it's going to be interesting. I'm picking up probably 7 points, 8 points.
Subaru BRZ comes firing off the gear, through the gears, off the line. As Benet absolutely hooked up to the hill right now, and he's going to struggle to get to 3. Can he make it all the way through 4? Lets the car float right out to the edge of the circuit as Benet now opens the throttle, looks to collect all the last outside zones. Good job there, Dole's on some big angle, catching a little bit of understeer with basic work as Benet fires back then towards that outside zone.
Yeah, I think with that much forward bite in the car, you have to huck the car that hard. Like when he came through 7, he basically beelined from 7 straight over to 8. But on initiation and even coming up through 4, you can tell how much he's battling that car. It really wants to drive forward. And I do think it has the middle line. That is very, very tough. Like it wants to go. Yeah, the moment you put your foot on the throttle, it's going to go. So we saw it off the launch, we saw it on initiation.
say, without doubt, one of my favourite cars on the grid right now.
Yeah, definitely the angriest looking.
Oh my god, it looks so cool. Look at that, slams the car into gear, tests the hydro, Benedict's German from lift away, here comes off the line, BMW G42, 2JZ, screens, it puts that car in a little shadow, outside zone 1, Ross catches understeer there as he goes through 3, hammering back on the throttle as German puts it to the white line, locked on the foot brake, goes German, that red headlight shining across the circuit, aggressively dives across the track as German looks inside zone across the line.
Super well. I wonder if they're trying to go more
在练吗？
top 32 setup now.
算是吧，但不太像是在练甩尾。
Yeah, I'm in. And this is going to be the time.
现在我在做的事情跟甩尾有关。
So is it like, okay, do we set up the car and make it feel like it was
You got to think that this kind of time, tomorrow is when we'll be into the depths of that top 6.
So you're getting information, right? You know you're in a good spot. You obviously want to do better. Everybody wants to do better. But besides that, let's get some information. It's the only time we're going to get this information. No other time of the weekend. We're going to know what it's like to drive this car.
Such a cool shot.
Ah, it's so great.
Fans on the hill here at Sergio Di Girolamo. 2.7, so aggressive. Zacharil flips it quite a big angle. Very nice initiation from Zacharil. Looks like he's loosened up the car as he flips it across the circuit. Trying to take a strain off that little Volkswagen with the car, but he makes it work as Zacharil from the Czech Republic looks for outside zone A. Gets it fulfilled by a little shallow on the foot brake. Looks for the final outside zone and across the line.
I love a Volkswagen.
Wow.
Yeah.
The smoke inside that car.
Yeah, you can't see anything. You cannot see anything.
Especially with the sunlight now, it's starting to dip down.
Yeah.
Back end of the circuit, it's really shining through the windows.
We saw it wreak havoc in Italy because it was
Yeah.
creating some hot and cold spots on the track, and the drivers are driving into it. You can see it lighting up the inside of the car. But yeah, Zacharil, it's tough. I love that he goes with such a unique engine. I really do feel like we are on the absolute limit of what that thing can produce right now. And
这个安东侧甩尾，你觉得哪里吗？
all in the name of development. Really
你
want
问
to
这个
push
问
this
题
engine platform ahead
怪怪的。
because there's a ton of them available, and really, they're small, they're inexpensive. We only have so many 2Js left in the world. We do need something else. The B58,
应该说你的那个
B58,
命
they're all
题
great, but these are like a tenth of the price. So I get it. And
要
the
明确一
upside
点，
with it is he is getting that development.
要
And he does
说
have
他
this
追
incredible
走难
build
还是
that
拼分难？
and he can just go to any junkyard and buy He did come back out.
Possession at any position.
以分数来讲，
Wondering if they'll watch a broadcast and see that the show set is in the show, but
可能是东侧难一
scoring
点。
himself up the order. The Dodge NASCAR V8
Don't
at
tell
the
me.
moment is currently limping his way around the circuit, but Laurie Heinen's going to make it do its thing as he fires into outside zone 4. You can see him wheeling that car.
要我说的话，我觉得东侧难
As
一
he
点。
opens up the throttle, Heinen stands on it, dials even more angle at it. He's starting to bring the flare now. That Laurie Heinen style as he almost goes 90 degrees to that zone.
现在我只是车没调好，
There is smoke pouring out of every
所以走会
corner of
变
that
碰碰
car.
车嘛？
And his teammate not impressed.
Yeah.
不一定啊。
Yeah, that'll be he's spotted down there, and he's
Yeah.
team watching on.
我觉得是不会，
Well, let's see
除非是两个
what,
菜鸟。
limping that engine around the track looks like for
两个菜鸟的话，
Because right now it definitely doesn't seem like
那
he's
的确是
he is
碰碰车没
absolutely
错。
going for it. Their drone now diving in tow.
Yeah, a few mistakes there on outside zone 4. It looked
Yeah.
like he got the wheel up on the curb. The car got loose.
Yeah, he caught that too, and he had to make a couple of big adjustments. Even going into it is a bit longer of a handbrake pull than I would expect from him. He's not really one to grab a lot of handbrake.
No.
He He likes to float cars and doesn't really like to slow it down. Oh, it's his media guy.
No, I thought that was one of his spotters.
He could be doing both. Let's not judge.
Yeah, let's not judge.
So
multitasking.
yeah. I mean, it's a for a champion, it's a pretty scrappy team.
It is. Out the window, a little wave from the crowd. Yeah, it's a cheeky little move. It's stuck around, that's for sure. Wow, and a 90 ball jumps in way up the order. Judges really liking that. Even though that little wobble on outside zone 4, they weren't too fast the rest of the line. Really cleaned it up. The back of the line to Jack Shanahan. He's down to 11.
他弯角度太小啊！你要不要听听看你在讲什么？反了吧？他弯角度很大啊！感觉要拼分数，还真的只能。
Inside coming through 5, 6 looking really good. That gives you a great idea of how much compression these cars go through coming through that section. Gets that car transition.
我觉得这一代的离合器好不舒服，有点搞不清楚他们干嘛把离合器改成这样。
Look at this, 90 to the track.
这离合器超智障的。
Sets himself up really early to come through 8, and then gets through 9 very early. Very early. 但又没办法，不能打我。掉下。
Jack Shanahan puts him into 9th place. That means we have 10 drivers currently with a 90 plus on the board. James Dean still unfazed at the top.
离合器怎么了？前几天有讲过。言之现在这个离合器没有人喜欢。其实他再怎样都会掉。
It's getting tough because of how good these drivers have gotten at this track now. The line scores are looking really good. We're having to nitpick basically 10-centimeter sections of the track. That's really where it's at. It's like, okay, were you all the way through the zone, through every single part of this track? And Keski Corby through 4 is good.
I like the way Keski Corby didn't use the curb on 4. Yeah. He kept the wheels on the wheel on the white line into 4 and through 4 and that downshift halfway through the outside zone 4. That's something in the zone.
That's what we were talking about. Different car setups, different engines, everything.
不过调教你哪里学的？就用理论去堆啊，外加跟一些调教师做交流，就这样。这一代比较麻烦的是，第一个它负角度不算分，然后第二个麻烦的是，主要是车的问题。你5代的超重手感的车拿来跑这边的分数都会更高。 你看它副角度不算分。但你不副角度，你车子抓不下来。那个难处，你知道吗？你知道我最讨厌看到Drift上面一堆用四驱甩尾不做副角度的，一群脑残。他们也是。
Yeah, I think it's so unnatural. It is where it's positioned, which is done on purpose. You know,
刚刚开车开到睡着。
the most difficult line possible. 89 drops in, but Brusconski will stay where he is in 5th place at the moment with a higher first qualifying score. And yeah, I think a lot of drivers are just.
不能副角度代表只能慢慢甩过去吗？有点不太清楚你的意思。而且现在有一个很好笑的事情是，你去滚那一个墙边哦，你的分数比较高。
But yeah, when he comes into 4, it looks good. Gets on the left foot brake nice and early. Catches some of that understeer through there, but it also just shows just how fast this car is. It's ridiculous how quick it is. But yeah, I do think that missing 3 is going to be a pretty big detriment to his score. The rest of the run, though, once again, when we talk about head-to-head drivers, this is a lot of the spotters were talking about how fast Nick Mack was and how crazy he's going up against him. Yeah. Did you see that? Oh, he's super relaxed. You saw him in the driver's seat.
白抠，又是这个妹子。你贴这个妹子给我干嘛？你知道我喜欢的是棒子吗？用 A186 到108万，恭喜。速度不够快呢，我在拉。拉一下速度太快，笑死。你有没有看到我刚刚3档，他弹2下，他转速救不起来？就是我说的这一代的离合器跟变速箱很智障。就是一个4代跟5代都救得起来的东西，它6代不给你救，有个白痴的。你要说要往真实那边走吗？我自己有一点。不确定这样好不好，自己体感是没有很喜欢的。离合器太钝了，那我要离合器干嘛？就是这个游戏目前，你知道这个游戏自当的点是什么吗？它弹离合器没有用。
It was a little bit scrappy, and I didn't really. It wasn't as fluid.
这离合器形同虚设。
Considering the stage where he is in 11th, he's definitely won't be happy with that, but moves on to the big show tomorrow. Iconic move from Rittner. What are you doing this GR86? Currently sitting in 13th, just outside of the big filter angle. Rittner, look at that! What a beautiful line from Juha. Rittner down into outside zone 3, onto the curve, stays in it.
看不懂，有点不懂为什么他们离合器要改成这样。有很多技巧不能用。打算再拍一部吗？甩尾箱跟七曲，为什么？不好看吧？而且这游戏不止香根七曲可以拍啊，我找不到再拍一次香根七曲的理由。现在还是没有人干得赢 James Dean 的97分。我现在是因为看比赛很闲，才在这边干分数。其实我是有在看比赛。再跟新观众讲，我现在在做的不是甩尾，我不认为这是甩尾，我认为这个只是在干分数而已。干分数不好看，真的。你干分数，你分数要高，你就是一直倒转。很无聊。这样就失败。差点，你好，初见你好。
cooler track temperatures might be just what they wanted. Look at this, Roglinsky pulling Sergio Farias because he's so critical on these outside lines, these qualifying runs.
你要干分数，你就是要吃到最外边的。妈的，我就是之前看5代有一堆4驱玩家，就都有在吃里面。我想说，你把你的手给剁了吧？不许极限啊！你不会不许极限，你就不要玩4驱了，真的。我这个墙很烦，我觉得那个官方这个墙应该是干嘛来恶心人的？这游戏离合器你现在改成很容易死掉，那就更多人会去玩4驱，你知道吗？因为后轮驱动的甩尾离合器很重要，那个离合器的灵敏度被调那么低，我真的不知道他们是想。我不要啊！我拍这边甩尾干嘛？去找其他大厂，我不会拍。应该说我已经拍了，就是后轮驱动那一个，我是不会拍这里的。国外的大神一堆早就已经出啦。早就已经出了，自己去看了，查一下就有了。还是我就要播给你们看。我其实完全可以用他们一模一样的车子去跑这里啊！我不需要用这台狗屎烂车。在这边拼分数，你知道吗？这台车是很烂。Paris Neve 还好吧？他不拍，另外一个已经拍了，又不是只有他厉害。搞不好人家没有买顶级版，微软毕业。哎、你知道这里超智障的，你知道这么外面还有分数，就是你吃到这边，你看、还有分数，不知道怎么算的，很好笑。我跟你讲，通常 通常到那边都还有分数啊，代表一件事情。国外的一些智障，也不是智障，那个天才玩家一定会想要去那边干分数。我说他是因为我们两个都知道他，我跟你很熟嘛，为什么你好像说的好像这两个我知道，你一定知道。
It's a 96.5, wow. And the judge is saying a wheel off, and I'm looking at outside zone 4.
诶 ，P1 现在是谁啊？我看一下，刚没有记他们的分数。
We go back on the line, the final qualifying run of the day. This man, Connor Shanahan, is down in 20.
Oh, that doesn't happen often.
An 86.2 on the board for Shanahan. He'll definitely need to get himself into the 90s. What can he do?
Qualify 要看。
Laser focused as Shanahan fires the car in full throttle as he goes nice and wide, flicks the car across the circuit, the wheel over the white line. Oh, and he just about holds onto it on the curb. Shanahan.
哇，他这应该 grip 还是给我 miss 掉啊。
Lets the car scrub speed on angle on the foot brake, on the accelerator and across the line for Connor Shanahan.
That's got to be better than 86.2. I'm sorry. There's no unless I like fell asleep for part of the run. That's got to be up there.
You was doing it.
Oh, was I? Oh, okay, I was pulling a knick-knack. He's gonna get so mad at me. I'm gonna have Kristoff's in my car later. Yeah, Connor Shanahan. Man, big, all the way through. If his first run was a safe run, I mean, I don't know what this is now.
确实是一个 safe run 啊。
He lets off the handbrake. As soon as that wheel is just about to touch the edge of the zone, he's off it.
可是我觉得他的车没问题，因为有一些人在西班牙这个赛道跑不好，是因为他车问题。
Probably one of the best ones we've seen today. He completely nailed the front wheel coming through there.
Safe run 大概92分左右吧，超过92分这一趟就过分了。
Another way he looked up to see if he was across the line and then through the
had to double check. Yeah, but he's got enough wherewithal to do that too in a run. Man,
他刚 miss 了一个 inside clip.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Look at that inside zone too.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick look up, throws in the 360.
Back at 2 lock again.
Yeah, real good score there from Shanahan. What is it?
90.5跟我想的差不多，不会到太高分。所以现在排行是多少啊？我看一下，最高分的是还是 James Dean 吗 ？James Dean 还是97分 ，Win Check 在93.7，好。他们漂移怎么算分？真的假的？你没有看过漂移比赛吗？没有看过甩尾比赛？大同小异啊。他们风格占40分，然后角度几分啊？角度30分，路线30分，这样就算了。然后他不是都有那个outside zone跟inside zone吗？那两个就是你要甩到指定的重区啊，然后角度越大越好，速度越快越好，不要 spin 这样。3颗轮子在外面，你就直接判0分，就这样，简单吧？规则蛮简单的。再怎么不记，你其实看到那个看起来飘起来最爽的，通常分数也最高。只看过竞速，甩尾第一次看。现在不是在跑热马吗？还是热马，还是那个什么，那个展？我分不出来。 运19，我看一下你那个直播是啥？那个24小时哦，牛宝林，现在不是在跑牛宝林，可是我看不懂赛车。我看不懂赛车，我智障，我是赛车智障，只会甩尾。对啊，我刚叫你啊，有观众跟我说他有在看赛车，没有在看甩尾，然后这是一件难过的事情。就是台湾很多观众都很会甩尾，或者是甚至喜欢甩尾，但是比赛不看，你知道吗？明明甩尾比赛是很好看，
这两个都看，我现在开超多视窗在看。
啊，你很棒啊！
对啊，
对啊，你很棒啊！给你一个勋章，好宝宝勋章。好。对，好宝宝勋章给你。看有人邀请我玩 Forza Horizon 6，他是要我去甩尾，是不是？看一下，你在干嘛？反正也没有想要刷分数。我是因为看比赛很闲啊，所以在那边刷，没刷，那个分数没差。你们看哦，这一位应该有吧？还是我幻视？不知道啊。
今年有132人
啊？什么132？
有柏林哦。
哦。带大家看这个也是跑世纪纪录了。
22个主题。
不知道他有没有丢掉效？不知道他有没有丢掉效？他的车看起来好好看啊！小张在干嘛？看比赛。现在我有点搞不清楚这个邀我进车队的人要我去哪里。邀我进来，然后人不知道在哪，别冲场。这要我甩尾吗？Unbeknownst to them, hit that bit of track and skittled off in a major way as far as the Mustang was concerned. Barrier and that one of 3 HRT Mustangs out. 感觉是要来找我甩尾的，但是不知道要我冲他小。The slower cars stay high, the quick cars go low into the old drainage ditch, and that's pretty much car width of concrete, which can get treacherous in the rain. Then again, the banking helps you through it. It spits you out the other side. And the 2 Mercedes that are fresh from the pit lane, together with Conor De Filippi's BMW, look, having a magnificent sight for those fans gathered
in the middle of that tighter than 180-degree bend. And it's just a wonderful place to watch motor racing. It takes quite an effort to get there. Maybe you need to reserve a couple of hours to get a ride out there. But once you do, you move into the middle of the carousel itself. You are surrounded by race cars, and the sound is glorious with nothing else.
Yeah, you need to plan.
傻名车，傻名车大战，慢了然后逆向。看不懂他们在看冲沙小，会不会手？为什么不去山路走？在这边左右有什么意思？画的哦。跨博，评价跨博，靠这冲他脚。
sensitivity of the nose. A lot of drivers do say they can smell the hot dogs in the burgers, even whilst they're racing in such close quarters. Now, is there some scope for this second, third and fourth place battle to switch position? The BMW's got a double toe on two AMGs. There's a little VW Sirocco, the right car as well, which can be used, of course, for a hole being punched in the air, just as long as you factor in the speed difference. And who will be first to pop out? Well, it's Jules Bruno. This 12-wheeled SP9 GT3 car, actually Fabian Schiller chucks to the left-hand side for a better line of sight, watching at the lights for Paladin Felipe, the American racer, but there's no way through there, and that was almost a bit of team orders, I felt, because Schiller was given the space by Jules Bruno.
我们真的不应该挑一条山路吗？在这边左右，真低没意思呢。看香跟机曲，拎你啊嘞！我刚刚才在这边，这边不是一个好甩尾的地方啊！这边追走是很好玩。算了，我到了。为什么不听到 fanboy？
of the chicane taken by Jules.
我们要慢慢开过来，对不对？
He doesn't want the BMW touring getting onto his tail, but at this point, these weather conditions, clearly Fabian Schiller's new moustache is working wonders for him as he pulls his way down the hill in the number 80 Winward Racing Mercedes.
So down the hill, actually that was Fabio Scherer with the
Scherer was it?
Yeah, but Schiller might be growing one as well. I haven't seen him this weekend. Interesting to see the modern day Mercedes GT3 versus something that's absolutely not a Mercedes, but it's kind of modelled on one.
我想跟他讲说，在香跟继续甩实在是没啥想。
And HWA is the manufacturer rather than what you might think as the three-pointed star for that brand new Evo. And through turning left at the end of the Grand Prix track, I just caught a glimpse of Mattia Drudi in his Falcon Horse Motorsport Aston Martin Bacchus, the yellow and black car. The gap is 24 seconds, or at least it was at the start of this lap, back to Fabian Schiller in the number 80 Mercedes. But the two running at very, very close quarters. I noticed there was really quite smart now headlights, smaller headlights that sit within the grille of these Mercedes. I don't think I've seen that before for other GT3 races. It might be an exclusively Nürburgring thing. But on the Fabian Schiller car, one of those inner grille lights is not actually working. So that's not a worry as far as the officials are concerned. And LeBron, if one of you are there's a hole up here because two of this middle order car. One of them is the development
So patience a virtue here, but the problem is, if you're Jules Bounon, you're caught between a rock and a hard place because you've got your teammate in front of you and then snarling around the back of this giant rear wing of the second of the Mercedes is Colin Filippi, who's not going to be as twice in the big estate car to go through into what would be...
他第一次来吗？他第一次来呢。我很想跟他说，哥，这里真的不好爽。我们宁愿去那个大谷那边的山路，大谷那边的山路比他黑皮，干妈的，你还给我按一个手刹，到底是啥小？你要回家了，妈！
Hopefully, if you're enjoying our pictures as well as the audio, you understand why, because it's tree-lined, you're thumping downhill. It's like something out of Alice in Wonderland. And then you emerge into a clearing at Adenauer Forst, where there is a bit of runoff, but you kind of don't want to go up those curves.
但我一直觉得山羊这都在看我的台。我刚刚在无聊刷分数，然后他也在那边刷，他肯定是爱我的。 不是碰碰车的问题啊，是他们车改的好像很烂，外加他们甩起来很菜。那前面那个用雪胎吧？不是啊，你把那个雪胎的人邀进来，大家一起痛苦，是不是？受不了，他们那个车速好慢。 你还真别说，这游戏可能，如果你要跑这么窄的山道，你可能要真的要用雪胎。别告诉我你们到这边就停了，但真的算了，我自己去甩自己的，不搞了。 吉祥物。
vertical slats as well, where the horizontal piece is attached to. If they've been compromised, they'll have to be fitted. And sometimes holes need to be drilled in as well. So all of that work does take its time. But then, yeah, sometimes a back marker in front will compromise the first car in the line. And Jules Gounon might well be able to read the situation a little better and get the better of the start. Although Kennedy Filippi of those three seems the most revved up in order to gain places as they come back into a green racetrack.
Yeah, but just to reiterate, the number 81 BMW
我觉得现在跟那种野场玩家追不起来，很大原因，一来胎种大家都还在找。你看这个678的，肯定是用雪胎啊，那肯定是用雪胎，那个不用猜都知道。给一些观众科普知识，就是雪胎就是一个很慢、甩起来很顺的胎种。只不过是看不起市区甩尾吗？没有看不起，那么他不是我的 style 而已。我看不起的是你拿市区还甩得跟一个鸟一样。我看不起的是这种玩家。我没有看不起市区甩尾这件事情，而是太多市区玩家是甩得很鸟，角度没有做，车速乱拉，不会做副角度，就这样。就是他不做这些事情，我就会想说，那你干嘛玩市区？因为这种人大程度，他们就是车子很快，是因为4轮驱动车子很快嘛。他们就会到前面去拉后驱的人的烟啊！我讨厌的是这种玩家，并没有看不起市区甩尾本身，不然我也不会去追踪 Barry Sniff 跟刚刚那个 YouTuber 啊，我不会去追踪他们两个人的。如果我真的看不起的话，我连他们的影片都不会看 ，You know？
They sweep down to the Goodyear hairpin, and maybe one of those trio will be able to just get past a little better than those behind.
但我要去密大姐。
A group of cars coming on across slower drivers.
大姐睡了没
？Have the advantage. They can't always see all of you, but they've worked them. In fact, there must be wave yellow because they.
我要去密他。山羊，他妈是不是有偷看？
However, this is still on the Grand Prix part of the circuit, of course. Suddenly, the edges are going to come much closer when they get on the Nordschleife. But still, they've got to go into the dip.
我在香根骑士。
To the Vidal chicane and then get themselves into position to turn left and go onto the Nordschleife for itself. But it's still nose to tail, second, third, and fourth. Fabian Schiller, Jules Gounon, and Connor De Filippi. Who's going to win first?
Through the Falcon Bogan, which is the fastest corner on the Grand Prix circuit, that right-hand king. That's after the Bilstein corner. And newly named, well, last year,
我想观塘。
Curve.
反正进度也好了，然后我之后等我朋友们真的要玩甩尾的时候，我再开台吧。
Watch its development. It is attracting more and more manufacturers. I was intrigued to see the potential for an all-electric Volkswagen Polo to join the party in 2027. Volkswagen obviously are here with quite a lot of privately entered cars, but they, as another huge German manufacturer, are being beckoned back to the ring. Mercedes, BMW, still the same order. There's an Audi TT now ahead of them, which is one of the more quicker middle-order cars. And the Audi TT, there's only one of them, is in SP3T, so for turbocharged cars. And it is the 317 car, currently leading SP3T in 80th place overall, as now Connor De Filippi jumps to the left, jumps to the right, and Gounon, well, was trying to block him off actually, but you can't make too many moves as being the chased car. They go over the rise, it's Schradenkreuz next, the very fast left-hander, and then on to the brakes for Arenberg as the headlights are ablaze. We're still about an hour away from official sunset. driving all the way through the night. There's a bit more Xiaomi branding, I notice, on the bridge at Arenberg. Now we go downhill into the foxhole. And the Mercedes, it's got the legs again on the BMW, I would say.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, Jules did just the right number of moves. He couldn't have done any more left and rights in front of the BMW touring there. But again, traffic up ahead. They've got stuck behind a Cayman. They've got to choose their moment to go past. And again, punching out of the corners. The Mercedes seem to have more get up and go. But the flow of that M3 Touring 24H BMW is fantastic through the corners. And Conor De Filippi, he's in a massive, massive rush. Riding with him right now. How's he going to read the traffic? Diving down to the inside. Neat, tidy. Zhugunon actually just has the traffic fall that little bit better for him. So a half-second gain, a moment to breathe for Jules. But at the moment, with Zhugunon not really attacking Fabian Schiller, his teammate, this should be the moment that Fabian's getting away. Jules is doing all the fighting. He's the meat in this sandwich. But actually, literally, by dint of having one better overtaking manoeuvre past the back marker, Jules has finally got a tiny bit of breathing space. What is it between those cars? Half a second? Maybe not even that, but that's more than it has been for quite a few laps.
And the other thing that's happening, and I don't think this is just down to the three cars here, second, third and fourth, battling amongst themselves, but Mattia Drudi opened up another huge advantage at the end of lap 33, and I think he caught some of the yellows a little better than the three chasing cars, i.e. did a yellow flag zone appear after Drudi had gone through it and before the two Winwood Mercedes and the BMW arrived on the scene, because that was a pretty much bob-on 9-minute lap for Mattia Drudi, whereas it was a 9:08 for the second place car, a 9:08 pretty much for the other two. So that's a 7-second gain on one lap for Mattia Drudi for Valkenhorst Motorsport, and he now enjoys a lead of 34 seconds.
That is not because he's suddenly 7 or 9 seconds faster than everyone else. I'm absolutely sure that a yellow zone just presented itself after he went through. So he's, 31 seconds to good. The light is about to disappear to the west, but actually we now have rather lower cloud and darker cloud assembling above the circuit. We're coming up to 20 past 8 in the evening, so the last hour or so of light is going to dwindle quite quickly. But more concern to all the drivers out there is what's going to fall back onto the surface.
关台陪 Rins 看比赛，拜拜。聊天室拜拜，有空再说。应该明天还会再看吗？不知道哎。有点无聊，小伙伴们都不知道在哪里。拜。